The meeting. Today is a budget discussion only, special call meeting. As most of you know, the process, but I will go over the process for those that are not familiar with it. The budget is prepared by the judge. He goes over it over. There's a several month period there where the department heads bring their budgets to the judge, and then the judge puts together his budget, and then he presents it to the fiscal court. This was presented on April the 27th. Up to this point, to my knowledge, no magistrates have had any input as far as the budget goes. So today is the magistrate's day to review the budget. And my goal is to, when this day is over, however how long it takes, that we'll have the issues that we have concerns over resolved. And then Lisa will take those items and build the budget based on that. And it will be brought for the first reading May the 12th of this year, the next fiscal court meeting. So with that, we'll begin. And every one of you, I guess, do you have your budget appropriations documents in front of you? Okay. We're only missing one magistrate, looks like. I've heard from all the magistrates at some point on questions or issues, whatever, except I think one magistrate has not asked any questions. I don't know if he's asked any questions of Lisa or not, but I understand Lisa's also had some calls. So those questions we hope to get resolved today. And so we'll start at 5001-101. That's the county judge executive. That's the very first page if everybody on the appropriations wants to go to that page. That'll be page 12 of the 60. And all the salary issues will be the last item we talk about. We're going to go through everything else, try to go through, resolve any issues on those, and at the very end, we'll discuss the salaries. And the very first part of page 12 is the salaries. So we'll start with 5001-167, which is a position. Salary change on a position. When I say we're going to address the salaries, I'm talking about the overall salaries for all of the employees. So does anyone have a question about change there?
I'm sorry. 167?
167. That's the judge executive office clerk salary.
That's the one we've been talking about in the committee.
Right.
I say we leave it where it was at.
Okay, at 35,674. What about you, Ms. White?
I agree. I expressed that earlier at a committee
Yes.
meeting, and
Yes.
my thoughts remain the same. We should leave it as is.
Leave it as is. 35,674.
Yeah, because that things have changed.
We're talking about leaving it the same.
Same. Okay,
Right.
I just want to make sure.
Same
y'all don't
grade.
think it's gonna be 35.
No, I understand that, but
We're talking
not,
about changing what's on here. We know there's going to be a difference at the end.
no grade increase.
Grade increase and
No, great, because this is different from what is in their name. Okay. So that's good.
Okay, go down to picking up at 441, office equipment. That's been reduced. No issues there, I guess. Office supplies been reduced. Reimbursement has been reduced. Office staff reimbursement has been reduced. The judge conference training has been reduced. Office staff training has been reduced. Renewals the same. Telephone we'd have no control over. Miscellaneous for the judge is the same as it was last year.
What's the difference between like a miscellaneous account and the reimbursement account? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, so the miscellaneous account or reimbursement is what we reimburse to an employee. So if I write a check to you for your mileage or your hotel, it has to be there. Miscellaneous is just something we purchased, it doesn't fall in within those categories. And DLG caps that at $1,000. So if you notice as we go through the budget, everybody's miscellaneous is at 1,000.
Okay.
That's how they control that we just don't throw everything in a miscellaneous account.
Thank you, Lisa. Next will be 101, the county attorney's salary. That was reduced. And the next item is an item we need to talk about because in talking with the county attorney, that position of $45,213, she feels can be paid out of the opioid phase 1 money. I think you were, Lisa, you were working with Jenny on that. Well, that's an item she brought to my attention, so add that to the list.
I have to ask for that, but that was not one of the questions I asked. What I asked was two things that I asked about. This is her actual staff.
I know,
Okay, so
She
we
says
have to
it
get
could-
that clarified.
right. Okay, next page. Any items on the county attorney's list that anybody has any issues with?
Why is the security officer going from 43 to 56?
That's what she requested. So I'm assuming she gave them a raise.
It's my understanding it has something to do with with the sheriff's department races, that increased too. She did not comment on that to me about that. Do you have any idea, Judge, why on that?
I didn't
You
ask her.
talk with her on it?
I didn't ask her about that specific item, no.
But it is the sheriff's office.
Mhm.
Security.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's a pretty big jump there, and I was curious also
Yeah,
what.
to stay consistent with what we're doing.
13,233 increase.
Yeah, I was curious what was going on with that. So
Well, since it wasn't inquired, I guess when the budget was built, it wasn't inquired about. So unless you all want to do anything with it today, or you want to be another question?
I'll make a note to come back to it. I'm going to get a hold of John. I know he's having a procedure done. I'll get a hold of John or Terry and find out.
I can follow up, John, if that's what you want us to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brett, I had a question about the item 179 there at the top, the part-time secretaries. Is that new? Because there's nothing in the budget for last year.
It was split off. We've always had a part-time person, but when we were trying to calculate the retirement, we were always having to back that off. So we decided to split it to make it simpler because they don't get retirement. So that's why. Always before, it was part of her other, her 165.
Mhm.
So we just pulled that out.
Okay.
Benefits, that's a benefits-based decision. Then.
Right, it's because when you're calculating everybody, the salary has to be in there, but then the ones that don't have retirement that are part-time, it's easier just to pull them out. So I decided to pull
That's
that
what
out
that
this
is.
year.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for that
That's for one person.
clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else down through those line items?
Corner salary. Currently, he's not getting the training incentive.
No, I'm talking about on the county attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything else
Still on
down
the
through
right
there.
page, yeah. I just jumping ahead.
Yeah, there's some quite a reductions. A contract with private agency went from 70 to 50, so there's some significant changes in our budget there. Just a note. Law enforcement remained the same. The sheriff, corner salary. We won't address that. We will talk about the item that you talked about there, Chris, next.
Maybe we get there.
You're talking about adding the coroner, giving him
incentive.
training incentives.
Correct.
Okay, he's the only elected official that currently does not have it.
Correct.
Yeah, we had two
There-
12.
212.
Just not in there.
It's not in there. Okay, I'll have to add it.
So Lisa, did you want to explain why that's not in there?
Well, it's not a statutory amount for them to get that training. So that would be a choice to do the training.
How much was it? Yeah. 3,700 or something.
The training.
The training
yeah,
incentive,
5,000 something.
that's the most he has to, for a 4-year term.
You would start it.
I would assume that he would start at the higher tier because
He's been-
He's been going,
But he hasn't participated in the program, so would he start at the top or would he not start at the top? Those who train, we have to do.
That's what we'd have to determine,
That's
what criteria he would have. Because you all are under a
What'd we
actual
do for you?
statute.
What'd we do for you? We
I
put-
do 40 hours in a year. And then
But
the
we
judge
started
has
you
to-
off at 50 this,
Because I had
So I
been
say
going
we
for
start 'em
years, and he had been too.
so I say we can start them off at the
Same.
top. end.
Same thing. Okay.
he's been doing the training all along, hasn't he? Just not getting any incentive.
Correct.
Well, I understand he's been actual instructor of the training.
Yeah.
So,
Seems only right.
Well, I mean, he's also part of the Owners Association as far as in their elected.
Yeah.
So if I hear it,
that amount is 5,446, but that is triggered with the CPI. So if there's a
Yeah.
CPI given to the elected officials, it would be added to that as well.
Mr. Muse, you got questions on that? No. You good with it or not?
Yes.
Yes, I'm good with it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have an approximate amount there?
Roughly 5,400 currently.
5,400.
With a contingency. I would assume the building repairs went down. Fred, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the building repairs, they went down because of the cooler stuff, right? They have the new.
That's what I understand.
Then the equipment decreased there because we got some grants and stuff. We got the power load included last year.
Line item you on.
441.
Chris,
Okay.
is that the power loads
I believe
that we
so.
got from Mark? Okay, Mark's saying it.
Okay. We're going to hold the discussion between us, Ken, here. Okay, page 15. Most of that is utilities down to, of course, the miscellaneous. Again, we get down to quarters miscellaneous, $599. The magistrate salaries stayed the same, and I know the last court, for the next year's court, that will be CPI added.
I've already added in the system. This was all printed out beforehand. So it's
Okay,
already
so this
been
figure will
adjusted.
change.
Correct, it's already changed.
Okay.
Increase on the salary, increase on the social security, increase on the.
And to be clear, that's for the next court, not for this court. Clerk didn't change. Next page, 16. Magistrate's training incentive went up incrementally because of, obviously, more people get more hours and
What was CPI, was that?
That's the
CPI.
CPI.
This is probably the CPI.
Okay, the next item, magistrate's reimbursement, 24,705.
So we don't use or haven't used
What percent have we used, Mr. Thompson, on that?
15.71%.
566.
So I think
Line
we
item
need to cut that in
566.
half.
Keep that,
I'm sorry.
566, 50.5 dash 566, only use 15% of it.
So how much is in the conference and training?
Which one?
566.
Engineering?
Is that increased?
How much we
We've
used?
still got,
It was 1440.
0%.
There's another
Is that they
conference.
kind of-
we've got
kinda
that
go back
summer
and forth.
conference in June.
So all that's gonna be added. That's
Use 72% of the conference.
But next year, won't there, if there's new magistrates, don't you have more training?
right. You're gonna
New
have,
stuff in January,
53.
February.
well, you'll have
Well, it
one
should be
in
adopted.
November.
Yeah.
You'll have a whole
Who's that
nother
person?
training for the newly elected officials training that'll be added, and that's in my.
Is there not mention of
No,
And
I
they
don't
may
think we
choose
need
to go to
to-
the conferences instead of the other trainings.
50/20, 50/25?
I don't think we should manipulate that amount. I think it's pretty much on,
Well, it's just-
on target.
How
We
much
just
of-
haven't
how much of-
utilized it yet.
We've used 15% of one, and we've got 2 months, and 70% of another.
This is,
Yes, that's
For
not
next
showing you
year.
a percent used yet. Use additional
Well,
year.
Here are magistrates.
I just think we'll use that.
Reimbursements.
We've got a big conference coming up that's probably gonna have a lot of magistrates in it, and
Yeah.
we've got new magistrates coming on for training, and, I mean,
We got 20,000 available still. 3,200 available. $20,000.
15.71%.
The reimbursement is just the mileage, right?
you know, but
It can be for a
In
hotel.
hotels.
We should base this on next year. 6
Yeah,
months
this is
of
for next
I
year.
mean, this
so-
isn't the end of it, it's just, yeah.
Well, several of you magistrates, of us magistrates are using online too. We're not incurring expensive hotels and all that, so it's not, that's another reason too.
Well, I've been going to 2 conferences a year, not 4, but 2, and the rest of my training I've been doing online. So, and I think all of us are probably pretty much following the same thing, but what I experienced
I get
just a couple
better
of
off.
weeks ago is the hotel fees are going up, and that hit pretty hard this last, in June. It went up significantly.
Potential of how many new magistrates, and next year they should be going to a lot of the trainings anyway. So I mean, there's a potential.
I would say that they are, that
Yeah.
they would.
It-
I know my first year I went to probably at least 3, maybe 4, but
There's
probably
that
so.
one in December that is a new magistrate. There'll only be one magistrate will go to that,
Mhm.
you know, for newly elected.
Yeah,
Well, newly elected, I expect them to go, that they'll want to go.
I think they'll want to
They'll
go
wanna
to,
network, they'll
probably
wanna
all of 'em.
Understand what's going on that they
Mhm.
learned the first year.
After that, it starts getting a little bit repetitive.
it does.
And so, and there's some good things I always learn. I always learn one thing, but also I'm learning a lot online too. So got some really good online.
Mhm.
So I think it's indicative we've saved some money here by doing that this year.
So getting back to the line item, want to leave it the same or reduce it?
I don't see us using $41,400.
No.
If we do, then we're going a little excessive.
Cut it in half, 13.5?
That's what I was thinking, but, you know, hold us accountable, same way we're holding everybody else.
Mhm. I think we've been conservative with it, and that's why we haven't used as much. And I wouldn't imagine that if we did have new magistrates, they wouldn't be just as conservative as we have been. So you want to cut it? I'm okay with that. I mean-
Budget is permanent.
What about you, Mr. Muse?
I don't mind cutting it. I guess I'm wondering, for whatever reason, if it goes over, is that a trouble to amend it?
Have to pull it from another account.
Well, that
The
happens every
budget
day.
amendment,
Your all's first year, I had.
it would, you did, yeah. It's just it'd be a budget
Based
amendment.
on these.
How much are you looking at cutting it?
I said 13.5, so it's a suggestion.
Again, I mean, I know it's a little different, but we've only used, we've got 20,822 available and 3294 available. So we still got $24,000 available between those two accounts.
Have all of you gotten your 40 hours so
Yes.
far?
Yes.
I have not. I've still got about 12 to go.
Well,
So-
40 for this year, yes, next year.
Well,
But I
that's what
don't
I'm
ha- I
talking
don't
about
need
next
much.
year. I mean, I got my 40 for this year, yeah, but next year, that's what we're working
we
on
all
right
have. I
now.
think
We're
we all
working on
have.
next year right now. We're not working on this year.
If there is an issue.
Just cut it 10.
What?
Instead of 13, 10. Just cut it.
We've only used 15%.
Yes.
Still have
16.
another conference in June.
How many are going to the conference in
Yeah.
June?
Not me.
I'm going to June. Kenny's going in June. So probably maybe 3 of us. Fred's not going. So we're still below, way well below.
13.5 or what are the number?
13.5.
I'm good with 13.5. We want to do that.
I'm good.
So that is the 569 number, correct?
Correct. So 566.
6,
sorry.
6.
5.66.
Oh, 566 to
13.5. Okay, conference and training's the same.
Well, that's carpool anyway, save money.
Okay, the treasurer's office, that goes down to salaries, we're going down past that. Lisa, 413,
It's
You
just
good?
the name, it's the same thing. If you look at the name, the program, if you add anything or change anything to the
Three is
name
the
of
only
those
thing I
two
see different.
lines. Yeah, so that's the same.
But the salaries in the treasurer's office has wages in it, so.
Yeah, that will be on, number 106 and 169.
But we're addressing all that at the end, right?
Okay, so we're going to wait and talk about those at the end.
Page 17. Anybody have any item on that list?
I'm assuming it's the election officers. That's.
Like, yeah.
It seems like,
20,000.
didn't Brian say the cost of it went up, what they gotta pay?
He's paying them more. So he always tries to have an abundance of them there.
Yeah.
Supporting a lot, as the last election, all those places that you can go. There's 15 or 16 different locations. So
15, yeah.
it costs money to do that.
No, he had a big crowd here yesterday and last night training, so
I see he's doubled advertising, but
that's election year.
if we can get people out there and vote, I mean,
It's
it's worth it.
because of the election year. that
Is it
it's-
a retirement
it's gonna-
election?
There is one that's in place of John because he's running for office. So there's one in there that's in the retirement system, so we have, because it's taxable wages.
Really. Interesting.
Gets added in, he gets
Yeah.
paid through his regular paycheck, right? Not a separate check.
It's a separate check from the
Separate
last.
check.
Oh, he
It's
does
not
get a
one of
separate
this.
check?
But when you're in the retirement system,
Hmm.
you're in the
Mhm.
retirement system.
Like all the rest of it's pretty.
I didn't have any issues. I just want to just make sure that $20,000 is because of election year. That'll go down next fiscal year.
Well, 574 down there is for
Should be.
administrative training too, so it's a new item, 5,000.
Did he ask for that?
So it is. All right, page 18.
On 107, the communications officer, I didn't realize that was under that, a different department. That wasn't changed, was it? Has it always been under that department? Okay,
Before it was a part-time position, so that's why. it's
okay.
somewhere.
So it's always been in that department. Okay. Thank you.
It's now 4 times the difference.
hmm
So,
On the salary, yeah.
Scanning on down as we go. Industrial foundation stayed the same. KRDA stayed the same. Looks like we switched the West Point contribution from West Point to Fort Duffield.
That was just to help. Right now.
Now we're going to get into some small items, looks like. And I just need to understand from my standpoint. Get down to 5076 507 017, the community support, senior meals. We've always had that at 5,000. Why did we raise it $250? I mean, and the reason I bring that up is that if we start raising incrementally some of these things, then it's just going to maybe be a snowballing effect. So we've been consistent at 5,000. Why are we going to start increasing it?
I think it was just a request because of inflation, but I didn't really question it. It wasn't that much money, so I didn't get into the details of it. I guess is my only explanation. So
I'd say we just keep it to 5.
Keep it to 5.
I agree.
Yes. Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, reduce that back to 5.
179 is because of the most recent resolution, right, where we changed.
Yes. Where we switched the
Yeah.
part-time to.
Yeah.
I thought when
That
we
was
did
the-
that,
is
it
that
wasn't
the-
gonna be no pay.
No, there was a budget impact on that.
Now, I thought it was $1,000 what
Yeah.
was listed.
That's what I have this marked to question the difference there. I didn't realize it was at that
Which one are you talking
different.
about?
179.
179.
That's salaries, isn't it? Not
That's
only the
that-
1,000.
But that is,
That's
That's other
also.
employees,
that's,
too.
yeah, that's more than one position.
They're currently having the stuff, or the increases from
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
So
Oh,
Mhm.
that's why.
Really-
So that's bundled all together.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All
I
right.
just need, okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I know. I'm sorry.
Somebody.
All right.
Nobody's awake anyway.
Yeah.
Page 19.
There's a couple of things that I have questions on here. And I think I kind of understand the way it's going, but obviously, 333,
I can explain some of that.
that, and then the 315. Try to see where 315 went, but
Still there.
On the 333,
I was looking at double one too.
333, that, I think Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where you combine, like you got the fire alarm services, Scott Fire Services, E-Town Exterminating, you had some buildings downtown, and you got buildings here, so she has pulled that all together in one instead of all these different things, because it's a bundle of services like E-Town exterminating and things for the buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's just that when we had the 333 for years for E-Town exterminating at the old buildings downtown, that's been moved away, so we didn't need that modifier anymore. So we just moved that up to the 333. So if you look, that's the same amount from the 333 to the 333.001.
Okay. And then the 315 we just did away with.
No, 315 is maintenance services.
The one right above it.
The
The
one,
one right above it.
That's contract with private agencies. We're not doing that
Oh,
anymore.
that one, yeah.
I mean,
I'm
it
sure
doesn't
it's
look
the
like it
same
went
thing.
anywhere else. So
If that's the case, I probably, unless it's connected to something else, I probably would move it to the 315. Because if we don't need a modifier, I don't want to use one. I will check that out. and
It
see if
hasn't
that-
been any spent in the town.
that's kind of
So you moved it to 315.002.
Unless there's a reason, and when I look it up, it's connected to something, history purposes,
Okay.
but I will have to check that.
yeah. And there was 0% used.
Yep.
From 315.
The line item 334, that was reduced to 28,000.
That was
And
paving prior year, maybe every 3 years or something. Anyway, we got it last year, so.
okay.
What's it, vehicle maintenance, 340? Is
Went up 1,200.
that something that they're anticipating
Get an extra
an
vehicle or anything?
issue with, or?
We get an extra vehicle last year for a replacement, then there's still, it's just,
Sure we're covered on
Yeah.
on maintenance and tires and stuff like that, so.
even on the new one, tires, all, anytime we go through this winter. Hard.
25%.
Mm-hmm.
464. So I think 548. I think it kind of goes down to 742. The special projects 10,000. And I'm assuming you moved it from 742, which is on page 20.
I want to go back to that vehicle maintenance real quick.
That's a question.
Right, so
looking
the
at.
548, he had put that in a 700 line for a small project, and I had moved it to the 548, trying to get away from the 700 numbers.
Okay.
I don't have it marked to what the project is in my notes. I can find that out if you need me to.
I'd like to know.
Is that projects like
Some of it's in.
Putting up the divider wall and stuff like in your office and things? Will
Right,
that come out of that?
Well, that did not, it went out industrial setting, but if it's something, yes, then it would.
So there's no identified project.
I'm not aware of one. He may have something in mind, but things come along through the year that, he needs funds to be able to accommodate. So, but I'd have to ask him if there was a certain project.
Was there not anything there in that line item for last budget cycle though?
Well, 742.
Only 500.
We haven't used any of it. We transferred out 9,500. Transferred out.
See, there was 10,742 last year, and I'm trying to get away from the 700 line, so I moved that up.
Okay, so you moved it up.
So, yeah, so if you
But-
look, there's nothing in this budget. 742.
All right.
So you still want me to ask
I'd
about the
I'd be
10?
curious to know what projects are planned if they have that information. But you can get back with me or with us on that.
So that is the 548, correct?
Yes, 548.
So looking at this year's current one, 9,500 was transferred out. Obviously, it doesn't say exactly where it went, but I mean, if we're not using it for special projects, can we at least cut that in half or something?
Some of them are used for projects come up during the year, and at 9,500, one thing we were looking at was animal control, and I'm not sure whether we put it in animal control or it came out in buildings and grounds. So we can look at all that. The 9,500, I think, is for this year is for some doors thing.
Repairs?
Well,
Is it for the
it's a
front
new
doors?
door.
For the
Pardon me?
front door where the wind, I know
That's
we
part
talked.
of it. That's going in this year. We went through some projects because we had money in that line, and he's gonna fix
I think that's
that.
gonna be in this
That's
year's
part
budget,
of-
not
That's
next
gonna be in
year's.
this year's, but it affects what's spent over
Okay.
here. That's why some of the budget transfer.
Are we talking about a wall to block the wind? Is that what we're
No,
talking?
that, they said aesthetically, and that would not work. He's talked to the
They have-
original architects and engineers, and they're, what they're looking at doing is moving the sliding doors, adding them to the side, so that, because right now, when you block those sliding doors, there is no handicap access into the building.
Right.
So what we're gonna do is add sliding doors to that, and it was,
It was a different
don't remember.
solution to the
Yeah.
problem that
right,
was gonna be cheaper and it would solve the problem.
That's
right.
it.
And the architects
So-
and engineers all agreed, they thought that would be the best solution.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Sounded
Yeah.
pretty good.
But that's
Safety
this year.
issue.
Yeah,
And for handicap
Right.
accessibility,
correct.
Solve that
Yeah, because we
problem,
don't have that now
yeah,
when we shut those doors.
okay.
Oh, there's John.
Put up a
now.
rail keep. Well, we don't need to involve the department heads if we don't have to in this.
Yeah.
Uh,
We can get more information.
Put up a rail to keep people walking into the glass now. I've been so used to walking in.
Lisa, I'm good with the explanation.
Okay, so I don't need to.
Unless somebody else, I'm good with what Bonnie has just explained, so.
I'm good with that too. How about you good with that? You good? Hey, Chris, you good with that? Okay. So that remains the
Thank you,
same.
Bonnie.
Fred, sorry, I wanted to go back up to that 5085 340, that vehicle maintenance.
Okay.
We've only used $400 of the 1,800, and it's going to 3,000. We haven't even used anywhere near the 1,800. I don't see any reason to jump it to 3,000, so I think we should keep it at 18.
Okay. Anyone else thoughts?
I'll go with it.
I'm good with that.
Good. Okay, at 18.
So that is the 340.
340. Okay, now back to page 20. I did not have any items on that page. Anyone else?
I didn't have any items on the page.
You have anything?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I was good with that page, yeah. Page 20.
Page 21.
So 314, is that the L-type contract? Is that the difference between the salary from 129? The 80,000? Or is that what's remaining?
Yes.
Are we gonna,
Which item are you talking about?
I was talking about 314, the contract with government agencies. It's the difference between
26.
the LTAC contract and the GIS coordinator salary.
Is this in the total? Is this is what What's left over? Explain this one if you can, Judge.
Yeah, so this would be what would be left on the contract.
Left, okay.
And then the 129, the GIS salary would be picking up with a salary person after this money is gone.
So, I'm speaking out loud now. If that's what's left and we could save all the retirement and everything else from not having that not be something we should consider?
Once again, it's a full-time position. We all mark it down to where it's not full-time. It's a full-time position. So that's why it's put back in at, starting from October forward. What we did, Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So again, it's the same, I guess, discussion of whether this is a full-time or part-time position or not. I budgeted as a full-time after this contract is over, starting in October. That's why you see those numbers there that way.
So the question would be whether or not you want to fund the 129 line.
I do not wish to fund the 129.
My position is still going to stay the same. I feel like, I know that's probably where we see differently, but I do think that we've been saving money there. We're transferring over another 26,000, so we haven't used it all. So, and I feel personally think some of the stuff that we have sent over maybe hasn't been the best use of it either. But at the end of the day, if we're looking for ways to save money, it's not been used. It hasn't been there for basically a whole year. I don't see the point of refilling it.
Well, I think without rehashing all the reasons why I disagree with that statement, we really only got about 4 months into the contract where we were, focused on utilizing this GIS person, contract person, the way that they should be used without putting all the work onto our engineer. So, I think it's a little bit early, really, to make that assessment that this is somehow has become a part-time position. So,
We used LTAP for engineering services on top of that, so that was part of that contract. So we used them for GIS engineering services. Then you added responsibilities of the road department to the engineer. If you didn't have to do that, that's less work the engineer would have to do. I know that's more operational stuff, but I just don't. I'm not sure that I think that is the best use of funds for adding that. If we can sub it out, get the same quality of work, if not better, probably. We don't have to train people to do it. But regardless, my position is I don't necessarily see funding that myself. So
the issue is whether or not we're going to fund 129, the GIS coordinator salary. Mr. Muse, what's your thoughts on that?
I was gonna say probably same as before. It's a permanent position. I believe that we should be filling the position versus contracting it out.
Okay, that's why.
My position remains the same. Number one, if we're not going to fund it, we need to do something with the position. Eliminate it. If we're going to fund it, we need to keep it. So, and there's the issue. Went to vote. We all know how that played out. When I voted to keep it. So, I haven't changed. My opinion hasn't changed on that. So,
No,
Not funded.
not funded.
got it.
Aaron's not funded. I'm in the position to agree as far as funded. I can agree with what Benson said. I think what we're doing is working, and as things change going down the road, we can always make a change.
bring it back. I mean, you're going to take it. You're going to recommend taking it out.
That's what the consensus I see that's here still.
Right.
But then I think we need to increase the contract line to fill a contract.
Right.
Yes,
Mm.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's going to be less employee expenses and
Their rates go up and more money for an annual year.
But if we don't use it,
We didn't have the engineering tech, and so that was savings through the year. So it looks like, and currently still don't have anybody for that, and we were using them for technically both positions. So again, from my perspective, you've got $100,000 right there, and our contract was less than that, not including the employees' expenses. If we were using them for both engineering and GIS, just don't understand why we.
We're not using them for, the engineering tech isn't GIS.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, we have to contract out for that.
So when we did our
And other
LTAG
departments are
contract,
using them.
when we used the LTAG contract, we did not just use them for GIS, which was the point of the
We
GIS
used them
position.
for what Nick was doing at the time. We used them for what that position was used for. There wasn't any other duties according to the job description. We used Nick for that, and LTAD was okay
So
with that.
engineering services, which is also in that contract, which we did use them for, with 1,900 plus road studies.
road studies.
That was kind of a little excessive. But again,
I mean, these-
we use them for more than just that.
Well, the issue here is whether or not we're going to. The consensus was not to fund it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna do.
All right.
As far as what the magistrate's budgets, what the magistrate's request of adjustment to be made.
Yep.
So
We'll talk about that later today. 'Cause I think this is an important part of our organization.
Judge, you built your budget, sir, with all due respect, and now it's our time to make our suggestions on the budget.
Okay, fair enough.
So how much more are we gonna add to the 314 line?
How much have we used?
Yeah, that's my question too. What have we
We'd have
used?
to go back and look, because they have an automatic CPI increase every year too. So you'd have to go back and look what that contract.
Right now, we've used, since July, $19,325.
So
Since
one-
July?
And we had, transferred in 60,000.
Since March.
So use 1/4 of it.
I mean, we actually didn't start to use it until December, really not until January.
I think-
So,
Well, I thought it started in November, but
The
anyway.
contract did, but.
you know, we didn't actually start using it.
The 19,000
Well, if we
is
need to make an adjustment, we
31st.
can do a budget amendment or transfer it in from some other agency, can't we? If we need it.
It would have to come from another line that's
Yep.
active.
So then we really don't have to do anything on this line right now. We can do it at a later date if we need it.
I would feel better if we at least did the contract amount for that instead of the 26,000.
Well, I mean, it's just,
I mean, the
it's a
CPI
dollar
is part
figure.
of
If we don't
it.
use it, we don't use it. The only thing about it, I want to make sure if, just because it's in there, we don't use it. I mean, we're trying to hold down cost, and if it's not there, it's not the temptation to go get something done that maybe duplication of what's been done in the past or what have you. I'm just trying to hold the line on expenses, my point.
I would recommend though that we could maybe move it to 30 and try to hold it there. That's very conservative.
Contract with agencies?
Mhm.
But
I'm
currently,
looking at
currently
314.
we've only used 19,325.
Yeah,
That's
but I'm
March.
looking at a whole fiscal year. I'm saying we didn't start that until later in the year,
Mhm.
but a whole fiscal, the entire fiscal year. I think it ought to be increased a little bit, but very conservatively. I'm thinking 30,000.
If we do 30, that should be
I mean,
quite adequate.
that ought to,
I'm fine with
we
that.
can hold that reasonably without just throwing this and this and this into, the contract, in my opinion.
That's what I'm hearing, the increase is 30, 314. And take out 129.
And take that out.
The contract services, 39901, 8,500. What does that entail? It's the same every year. Did we spend anything last time?
What number was it again? I'm sorry.
39901, 001.
We spent $5,729.94. Engineering contract services. That's what you mean.
67.
67%?
67%, yeah.
Okay,
As of March.
all right. And the 545, I understand, is software. Is that correct? Or GIS
It's the
mapping?
GIS mapping.
Software?
Yes, for
Okay.
the whole Hardin County.
Okay.
Everybody uses it.
We're at 569.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Cut that in half.
Yeah, I mean, we only used 21%. Got 5,000 still available. So we can cut that in half and be still fine.
3325.
Yep.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with that.
Here.
Yes.
All right, 569 cut to 3325. Page 22.
So I have a question on page 22. There's 3 telephones for engineering. Is one of those for a GIS?
Which line are you talking about?
You got 573-002, 573-003, and 005.
Have to confirm, it could be that to hook up his phone or his laptop. Have to get all that verified. What
Okay.
they're used for.
So
One's
I
for
would,
the office.
well, if one is for a GIS coordinator, I would suggest to cut that one, if that's possible, since we're not going to fund that
What are you talking
division.
about? Is that a cell phone?
I'm thinking it is. I don't know.
Well, the
Because I see a
03 is,
office. I see 001 as an office number.
Correct. But I gotta figure out what the 002 and 003 is.
Right. At 005.
And my fi is the, it's like a
What's a
hotspot. Hotspot.
Oh, okay.
So there's only 2 numbers.
So there's just 2 numbers. 2 phones, cell phones.
Okay. I just was checking to see if
We
one of
try
them.
to keep each phone on its own line. So my first gut feeling is it's one person's. But I don't know.
Tech.
It is.
Tech could be one of those.
Yeah.
So,
So I will get that. I'll look that up.
okay. Anything else on page 22?
Yeah, we'll be coming back to 107. Okay.
All right, 23.
I'm assuming the 318 is the first due.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I just have a question. What is 398-003 under emergency management? Is that a TV
Something.
cable bill?
Well,
It's at the bottom of the page.
398.
Cable box.
That's within the emergency management.
management building, because I don't have a TV connection.
It is, it's for the emergency center.
Mhm.
1658.
18%. Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess insurance gone up.
So 535, going back, our insurance premiums went up 58,000.
That is for the fire departments.
Yeah.
And I don't even have a quote for the upcoming year. I think it was a 10% increase, just as a guesstimate, but I don't have that yet.
No,
It just stood out that, you know, a high
Yeah.
number increase, so.
wow.
It is a higher number.
I think this reflects an 18% increase, doesn't it? Or is my math wrong?
If you look and see what we paid this year, I based it on what we paid this year
Okay.
and added the 10% for an increase,
Mm.
because I'm anticipating it to go up some.
Crazy.
Cost a lot to,
Yeah, that's just,
for them toys.
yeah.
548, special projects. Department.
Emergency management.
We only spent 14% on that, 60,000.
That they don't do those until the end
End
of
of
the
the-
fiscal year.
okay.
So they're now starting to turn those bills in. They'll all be paid out in June, so it won't reflect
Okay.
until then.
Mhm.
We don't start that until then.
Next one's a new position, Fire Services Deputy Director, 105. Salary of 66,407.
Where are you at? I'm sorry.
Page 23.
Oh, you doing that now? Or
Did you want to talk about that now or later?
The salaries.
Well, it's not a salary, it's a position.
It's a new
Okay.
position.
New position.
I say cut it.
My question is, how are we gonna fund it officially, moving forward, besides just saying? We got a couple hundred employees as it is, and we're gonna be looking at raises and stuff for that one. It's just, until we narrow that down and figure out, because, the ambulances that we added in White Mills, that was a $500,000 right there. So until we narrow that down, I would like to look at that a little bit later personally. Maybe not put it in this budget yet until we come up with where we would fund it.
I'm,
I can agree with
yeah,
that as
I'm not
well.
disputing that it's not needed. I would
So
never
it's-
dispute that. I know it's needed. And we've all been given proof that it's needed. We've seen that.
I'm not sure that position is needed.
Well,
Firefighters are needed, but I'm not sure that position
Oh,
is needed.
okay, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm making reference back to the study that was done. I just don't think that our budget can support it this fiscal year. It's something we could go back and look at, or maybe something we can consider for next fiscal year. I'm just concerned about how this is going to affect our budget for this fiscal year. I'm trying to be conservative with any way I can, and this is a way that I see that we could probably cut it.
Mr. Hughes?
And I don't feel this position's needed at this time. Maybe once if we get paid firefighters or expand what that study said. Yeah, I don't support the deputy.
I think we're ready for it right now. Funding source ongoing.
I may look at it differently. I've said this before in committee meetings, but this is the very first nugget in the whole scheme of this thing. Patsy mentioned the study, and Aaron mentioned funding. Once you start it, this is just a domino effect until we get to the point of what the study said. We know it's going to cost millions, not hundreds of thousands, millions. And the next step is going to be how we fund it. And then I've heard the word transparency thrown around in everything we do.
TAS.
And if we're going to be transparent, we're going to need to be talking about, if we're going to start something, how we're going to finish it.
Right. And so part of that description that we talked about was that this person would respond to fires. There's no vehicle in here. I mean, that's an expense. What kind of vehicle are they going to drive? There's a lot more to just that specific position. And on top of that, again, I think where you're going is just, you're creating a firefighter at that point. And I've said this all along. I'd rather see us actually have paid firefighters besides this position up front. But then that does create a whole nother
Well, that's my point. I want everybody to be clear about where we're headed here. And, because it's not just an issue today and this year, it's going to be an issue for the next several years to try to develop this. Yeah, because the next move will be building a building down at the Ford plant. And then the next move will be trying to find equipment to put in it and crews to put in that. And it's just going to balloon into something. So I want to make sure everybody's understanding where we're talking about. We're talking about taxation in the future to support this. And we've already talked about in some committee meetings, we talked about special taxing district. We talked about insurance premium taxes. So all these things need to be looked at before we start putting little things into place that ends up being the big, big deal.
Once you knock over that first domino,
Starts falling.
that's it.
Well, I mean, we talked about trying to use some of the equipment that's already there from the volunteers, and I think it was said that we can't use theirs because it's part of those specific areas.
They're
So,
all individual.
yeah, so at that point, we would have to look at equipment, and again, this is not a $66,000
No.
budgeted item, it's minimum $500,000 plus. By the time you start adding in vehicles and whatever it may need to be.
So the consensus out here today is not to establish this position.
Not until we establish a way to pay for it.
Correct.
Yeah.
105, remove. Page 24.
Real quick, Fred, I know it kind of adds to it. I'd like to see, and I know it's not its budget, but there could be something along those lines of maybe trying to cooperate more with the cities in regards to that. So it may need a budget amendment if there is some kind of agreement we could come to with the cities to help offset, have them help respond in the county some. So I think there's options there that we can do to kind of fight this issue versus just starting here.
That's an excellent point. I mean, we have never, and you all know, you've heard me say, I'd love to see us, all the city government and county government come together and form a public safety agency of some sort.
Yeah.
And I think it's time that us, county government, engages the cities, the major cities on their fire departments and try to see if there's any way to expand their service area or work in other areas to cooperate. So, but that never seems to get any traction, but I think we need to.
And until we do that.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Right.
We don't know.
Like
Just a quick point, though, that we do have agreements with the cities, and they do, I want to give them credit right now that they do respond.
We have mutual aid agreement with them.
Mutual aid agreements, so it's not like the line's drawn and they never cross it, they
No.
do. They do help us out a
No,
lot. So, but I understand what you're saying, I don't want it to sound like
No,
the cities aren't responding and helping us out
No,
in the county whenever they're needed.
I just think there's room for dialogue there for us to sit down and try to see if there's
the possibility of expanding services and cooperating more together and a different approach to reach the same goal.
There's a need for a comprehensive approach with all the resources in Hardin County, coordinating the cities, and we have not gotten there.
At least try. That's all I'm saying.
And as the judge says, I know Vine Grove goes outside of their city district a lot.
the
Right.
deal a whole lot. So.
Yeah, I think that was reflected in their numbers in the study.
Yeah.
In Vine Grove, well, they got partial paid full-time firemen now too.
Anything else on page 23 that anybody?
340. We use like $150, 125.
Yeah.
185.
That's some repairs.
3%. Maybe cut that in half. That's not even how much we have for building our house.
340.
Back on page 23.
It's just,
340 is.
Matter of time, but,
Right.
but, to your point, I mean, we can money somewhere else if we need to. It's a budget, so.
Two sets of tires.
3%.
I mean, it could be a transmission.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the vehicles are older, so it's just a shot in the dark whenever a big expense may come
I
along.
think at
So,
that point, then obviously you're looking at new.
Especially for transmission. Yeah.
I would like to see us cut that.
We've used 3.7%, cut it in half. Is that what you're saying? You good with that, guys and gals?
Yeah.
So 340, 2,500.
That business TV, that is like central command, or EOC.
Yes.
Communications.
413.
Transferred money out, but didn't use any.
Which one?
413, on the very
Bottom of page 23.
Communication equipment.
communications equipment.
I have something else, but it's not really that. So
Oh,
But if we're not using it, why do we have it there? Is
I
there
mean,
something we're going to use it for?
I mean, at some point in time, there'll be a use for it, but right now, we haven't used any last year, so we're just maintaining a 4,500 on it. Could reduce that as well.
Well, it's usually mostly radios, so I don't know if they have something planned for the end of the year. We mark it down here.
I think, no, wait a minute. No, I looked at the wrong 341.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a radio type of equipment, so it's just one of those placeholders. that-
Y'all on the same page? We are, or are you somewhere else?
I was, and then he,
413.
I got it.
Okay.
I was on a different 413 for a minute.
When he's asking the questions, I'm like, what are you looking at?
Communication equipment, 413.
We didn't use any
EMS.
of it. Right.
Yeah,
No, we didn't use any. We transferred out 1,200 of it.
Cut in half?
Cut it in half.
Page 24.
So the disaster support, I'm not gonna suggest cutting that one in half, even though we haven't used it.
What line?
548. I think we've seen it at our conferences several times that it's a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have something. Region.
Air constant disasters, 548.
But, you know, I know we could probably cut that one, but I think
$659.
that ever since we saw that, who knows when we're gonna need that. So,
That could happen any minute. It can happen today. We have
What
weather
about-
today.
What about the line right above it, special projects, 3,000, we've only used $648 of it,
59.
Huh?
659.
659. Should we cut that down,
Lisa,
so?
is that the one we use for, whenever they get the SARS grants money, you know, that comes in and out?
It's a special project.
It's not showing anything within or out of it.
Well, that's the revenue.
I think we usually have to budget amend it in, but might be.
I have to look to see if that's the SARS grant. I do some research and get back to you
Yeah.
on that one. That's the 548, not the 001.
Correct.
21%, 21.9% used.
Possible. I think we could cut that in half. Unless it has to be because of your SARS. But with no explanation of a special project coming up, I'd say cut it in half.
No, the SARS is above that, so the
Oh.
446 is the SARS grant. I thought I had it identified. So the 5135446 is the SARS grant.
Say we cut that 548 in half then.
So 548 to 1,500. Mr. Muse?
Yes.
Yes.
548, 1,500.
Did you decide on the 541?
I'm gonna leave it.
Leave it.
Leave it.
Used on 32, that's what.
32.6%, 06%.
Question. Because I think Nolan's on there. So we charge EMS and are they metered separately? Or they all
No, that's a split. So if you look at that, the 15%, it's
Oh,
coroner,
right above it. Okay,
EMS,
okay.
emergency management. They're all split by the square footage they use.
Gotcha. And so right below it, I guess the 1.5 is probably the split. Technically, is instead of 150, probably supposed to be 15%.
No, that's the address. 150 North Crawford
Gotcha.
Way.
So
So
that's
that's
no one.
just, that must be a meter that's just theirs, but there is a meter that is split.
Okay.
The E-Town Water and Gas is the one that's split. That other probably is split too, may not have the percentage, I can find that out. But
Okay.
normally everything over there is split by those percentages.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'll ask.
I'm sorry, Lisa, I probably should have called you earlier, but the 573004, the telephone CCS1 for $4,490. What is it?
Command center.
I have to check to see what all is on that. But that
Okay.
is the
I mean, that's
actual
just,
telephone.
that's just a high phone bill. That's what, compared to the others, that's the only
Well,
reason.
it's a whole bill.
Oh, that's the whole building. Oh,
But
okay.
I'll get you exactly how many, but that's for that.
Oh, if it's for the whole building, I
For
didn't
the
understand. I
whole-
just thought it
what
was
their
one line.
portion, But I'll find out exactly because that is the command center.
Okay.
So, but I'll get that detail.
No, it's fine if that's what it is. I just was curious why that one was so much higher than some of the other telephone bills.
Okay, there's nothing else on that page. We started at 9 o'clock. Some of us had meetings, meals this morning, a lot of coffee and water and everything. So let's take about a 10-minute break and everybody do what they need to do and kind of regroup. We'll begin on page 25. It's now 10:13. We'll be back at 10:23. Somebody send us out.
Well, he had to send.
Right, but he's saying her, but that one, free. It doesn't matter if you can find it.
So they separated these, right? So the building services was a private agency.
No, it's not. It's not a good one.
That's based on.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and I remember you had mentioned.
Yes, I can look. It's going. I don't know. Everybody's here. We need
So, which
You
is
know what I'm
fine,
saying?
but, yeah, that should only. He'll get stuff. That should be that high.
Right.
Table. I don't care.
That's what you
I agree. So, we need to start higher. Yeah, no, I'm okay. If we can get organized and figure out where to start.
It does, well,
I could get me a cough drop and
Yeah,
feed
15,
Deena.
16.
I have some if you need some.
No. If that's the plan, I'm absolutely. But the problem has been historically, done that, you just can't have rate increases.
Yeah.
And,
They got six.
they
go.
just establish.
I let anyone put it. I go,
I would
Yeah.
like to see it.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with that too.
I
But
would
I
like to
want
see
your
it.
vote.
Really. Okay. Did he say that too?
All right, let's get started, please. Okay, we're on page 25. Anyone have any issues on this page?
I think it's more clarification. Looking at 315, sorry, starting at 315, sorry. And that was the EMS billing services. Obviously, the reason why that's increased was collecting more money. They get a percentage, so that's why.
There's two pieces. They get 5.5% of collections. They also get a piece of the APAP money that we get because they have to do all the recording on it. So that went up by $7,000 a month, what they were taking, and then plus the increase of revenue.
What's, Lisa, our part-time salaries over doubled for EMS, 179, sorry. What,
I just take the base of what employees we have, their rate, and then work all that up. So that's how the numbers came up. They kind of intertwine in our program because they go from part-time to full-time, full-time to part-time, back and forth. And wherever they're at the time that we run that report is where their history is. But those two lines are used together. So we'll pull from full-time and part-time need some, but most of the time it's part-time to full-time.
Now, Lisa, is that with the one grade jump
Yes,
on
is
that?
the one grade.
So that's gonna,
Well, the 179 would not be.
the
It's
one,
part-time.
only on
the
full-time.
179 is
Mhm.
not,
Correct.
but the other
That'd be,
The other
is,
would just be the 2% instead
Yes.
of the grade.
okay.
but that'll be addressed at the end of,
One, I guess we'll go back to it. I guess the 103, it looks like it was more than.
That was just up in grade and 2%.
that'll be at the end too.
Any other items?
I don't see anything else on that page, Judge.
Okay.
Judge.
All right.
Is it? Well, no, never mind.
Page 26.
Well, actually, hold on. On 334, we transferred in $15,000.
That was garage door and some other things. It was more than last year's budget, so we had to
So
move.
we spent 26. So should we not?
That was an unusual repair. We have it again.
10,000's fine, adequate. You don't think we need to increase 3 buildings?
That's what we thought we would buy. Yeah. I mean, we can add it, but it's all an estimate at this point.
Mhm.
There's things that happen, so.
I know that there's a lot that happens over there, a lot of in and out, a lot of everything. Is 10,000 enough?
I can transfer it out another.
We can always
Okay.
adjust it.
Okay.
Was the door replacement at the jail, was that included in this? Is that what you were talking about, the door replacement?
No, it was over here.
I know that
At Station 1.
they damaged the door where they couldn't use that for quite a while, but okay. Anyway, get back over then to page 26.
I have a question on 399. The jump on that, what, why the significant increase?
The vendor had to be changed, and then we were getting a lot of them done by free. I mean, they would have to something marked, and now we have to pay. So that's why.
I think we're regulated now.
And I think
State statute change.
there's a new.
So that's why
That's what
now we're
caused
having
that.
to.
Yeah.
Okay,
actually pay.
We asked a question on that one.
okay,
It stood out
That's
to us as
new.
well.
yeah. Okay.
fluctuation.
All right, thank you. And then, I guess 413, is it some big computer change out or something?
Updates, estimated updates to
Okay.
equipment.
Why was it so low though in the past? I mean, is it,
It's when it happens, it's when they buy them and then all of a sudden we need to change them out. It's like every years or something.
so that this has just come up for expiration?
Right,
It's
right,
just coming, okay, all right. And then I had one other on this. I'll go ahead and ask it now. 567, the refunds. That's like major.
It's because we had a big increase. Well, go ahead, Lisa, you
That's
work
okay.
those up.
Just my understanding is that now the way the contractor is doing the refunds, it's going through them and that's the cost. They were doing it, I believe, themselves to the actual people. Now it has to come through us, so we have to have money in there to make those, go through court to be paid.
Did we not have that contractor last year?
No,
though?
it's the old, what happened is, the A and B, yeah, the A and B was the old vendor and we switched them July of 24, yeah. What happens, all that A and B stuff, it came over, they kind of worked it for a while. And then the information that came over into the new system, 911 billing, was just a balance forward, not the detail. So whenever somebody comes back, mainly these are mostly the insurance companies, and they say, we overpaid. Like they might have paid the individual in them. Anyway, they overpaid. They come back and say they want their refund. 911 billing doesn't have the detail to actually refund them in the system. So we have to write the checks. They research it for us and we have to research. It's a problem anytime you switch billing companies. This is normal. It should die off, but we had a lot more this year, but it should, I really don't expect it to be that much, but we don't know.
Yeah, that's a big jump, but
Well, this year, we've already spent.
how much?
Refund.
What have we spent this year?
13,500.
Down there.
Yeah.
13,300, sorry.
Yeah, we had to transfer.
No,
money
11,000.
in because of it. And,
8,706.
Total.
and that's of March 31st.
11,286.
I'm hoping it'll be down, but it's stopped.
11,286.
And what was the total?
The total up through March has been 11,286. And I haven't checked April yet.
Yeah,
I would think we could drop that down to 30,000 easy.
it still seems high to me. I
I would
don't
say,
know, but
I mean, if we're only 11,000 something now, I mean, we can go with,
It's been going on all the way along, but you're at the mercy of the insurance companies and then some patients that call in and say, now all of a sudden I'm paid.
I'd say we could drop that to 30.
It's
I'm
just
fine with
like
that.
this year we had to budget. Oh, we didn't budget amend then. Well, we might have.
So as of April,
Yeah.
we've spent $29,410.98.
Oh.
As of April.
And
Okay.
Yeah.
You had to transfer some in. Yeah. So then the number that Bonnie just gave, that's without what you
Right.
Which you had
Right.
transferred in,
We'll
yeah.
get up to have it.
So we've already spent basically 30,
30,
And
yeah.
we got 2
Okay.
months left.
and we have 2 months.
And they seem to be working it on now. They have about 2 years.
Yeah.
Leave
to
that alone.
actually-
Yeah.
Someone drop it 30?
Well, maybe we better leave it alone. I don't know.
567, some questions as to what that is, refund, how that works.
001?
Yeah.
The audit we have.
The
It's
audit.
an audit from 2021, and we actually had it net costed us, about $7,000? So there was revenue where we got refunds, and then this 75 is where we had to pay out. But the problem is, if you don't have that appropriation in there, you can't pay it out. And you have like 45 days to pay it once they give the audit. So that came in, what, December?
Yeah, we really scrambled to get all that
Yeah.
done.
Right. They're starting, this is Medicaid, and they're, it's the APAP money that we get monthly. They go back, they estimate that based even on a year before. Anyway, they're just now catching up on auditing. And so we still have 22 and 23 and 24 and 25 yet. So that's an estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Fred, on 563 postal charges, we've used like $38. I think we could cut that in half to 150. 563.
Postal charges?
Yeah.
$63.
Really? Okay. You want $150 then? Postal keeps going up, but okay.
Adjust that or leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'm good with the way it is.
We ain't used it.
But we might. Everybody keeps
Transfer it
wanting these,
over out of
everybody keeps wanting these refunds. I mean,
What did we
I'd-
spend?
I'd
Lisa,
have
what
it-
did we spend through
I'm
April?
inclined to leave that alone myself. I mean,
Postal
I know it's-
charges.
it's 150 you were talking about, but it's on the borderline as to where we're.
Yeah, we only spent $38.82.
So we
So same
refunded
thing.
almost $15,000 in April, and we didn't send out any.
Now, this is not, the refunds go through my office, so it goes through my postal charges, not this. This will be probably something that they have to send out themselves and go to the post office and do. But it's not the actual refund.
Well, I
letter.
understand what you're
Okay.
saying, but I was just told that with all the refunds, we needed to keep the postal.
Yeah, I didn't realize it went out to her office. The other things that they do is a lot of responses to
Adam Rowe.
open records and things like that too. So I don't know if they.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever.
well, then the refunds don't go out through this department.
Cut it
Then
down.
150 be.
So,
I think it would. We've only spent $38 through
It's-
April, she said. Didn't spend any in March.
I know it's 150, but that becomes 500 at some point in time. If you
Mm-hmm. Add them up, so. So reduce that to 150, 563.
Should be adequate.
Okay. Page 27. Oh,
SETI and less training went up 10 grand. What's
I
driving?
think we all have that marked, don't we?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
driving that?
I was hoping to do something.
let's try to have the judge answer the questions, or at least answer the questions, because if we start getting into dialogue with the department heads, it's gonna, we'll be here all day long on some things, so what's the
We'll get that
$10,000
information and
increase?
get back with you.
Do what?
I said I'll find out and get back.
Okay. You make a note of that.
Lisa, do you know, well, never mind. Was there training in April for EMS?
Is there training in April?
Yeah, I mean, did we pay out any?
Oh,
'Cause
did we pay out anything?
I'm seeing here where through March, we paid out $16,977.
Are you still on 574?
I am,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, we only
Yeah,
have
we-
3,000 left. This
We paid out in April, 5,706.
Okay, so
So
that's
total
already,
of 22,000.
that's already over budget. You had to bring some money in.
Right.
Maybe we that $5,000 out of that. I mean, we only used-
Where do we have it?
He added some extra leadership training in there too, so based upon last year, so he wanted to increase some of the training.
Just to speak on that, I know we have a pretty big turnover in this department. A lot of this is it used for new employees? Bonnie, do you know that? Judge, do you know that?
It's used for new employees and then regular training that they need to do, they do it in-house.
Mhm. So the ongoing and as well as orientation, new employee training, that kind of thing is all built into this.
Correct. A lot of the training, the in-house training, of course, is mainly salaries and stuff, so anything extra would be materials that they'd have to do.
25.
25?
I'm fine.
25.
We're also having to train EMTAs, to bringing some people up from EMTs, and again, we do that in-house, so there's some training costs associated. So it's the amount of turnover and stuff that we're dealing with, I mean, the costs have gone up, so I said, no, I just took 25.
All right, page 28.
Oh, big elephant there, 739.
739?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've talked about it slightly. Just saw, I know that we've talked about this before about removing it and looking at it as far as leasing, all the different options potentially with that. So actually taking it back through committee and kind of run it through. So would like to go ahead and remove that for this budget and then get it again next year.
Okay. And what else?
When you're saying next year, you're saying we're gonna bring it
Like
back to committee?
in the fiscal year next year to
Yeah. I wanna make
Do
it
what
clear.
removing it from the budget
Removing what from the budget?
The 905.
739.
The EMS.
and reviewing that.
Cardiac
Yeah.
monitors, the we ran into a problem last year doing the same kind of thing, and we delayed it so much that we had to renew the maintenance agreement with Stryker on the equipment that we got rid of. And we only ended up with a $13,000 credit on an $80-some thousand bill. This one, the maintenance agreement on it expires November 30th. So you have to move on it. All of the research has been done on it. I think it's to me, it's money we're going to spend next year anyway. The lease we already looked at is about 7.5% to 8% interest. Final.
So everything's been done except for it to come through committee and
Correct.
except for us to talk about lease options and all the financings.
Correct.
So that's the reason we're not saying we're not in favor of it. We have till November 30th to get this done. So we're talking about taking this out because this possibly could go back in as a lease. It could possibly be the 905,000.
And
So
we're trying to get some grants. We're looking at different grants options as well. And
so we'll run it through the proper channels and we'll make a decision and we'll have the monitors purchased before November or
I know
whatever.
there's 2 more emergency services meetings before the end of the year. But
So
Okay.
can I add something to that? Just another reminder that if we do the lease option, we have to take it through
because it
our
Correct.
local government and we'll have to have it here this time. So it'll make it a longer period of time. So just want to make sure we don't
Yep.
forget.
We're just trying to get ahead of it. I mean, we could go through, it's a process.
Yes,
We're just gonna make sure that we've got the equipment at the right time.
and 1,000%. I mean, I've talked to Mark personally about this, and you've been conversating.
Everyone good with that?
Removing it until, take it back to committee and discuss our options. Okay. Move.
I'm assuming everybody else understands that the striker equipment lease is from the last time, 602 and 606.
That's the debt service for it.
Because that was, we started at this current fiscal year.
That was a-
Anything else on page 28? All right, 29.
$4,800.
It's probably about even.
Anyone?
I don't have anything on that page.
Okay. Page 30. Halfway there. We're moving right along.
Don't see anything on page 30 either.
I didn't have anything much on 30.
So Mike over did do.
And he got anything on 30?
I did not.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do on 31.
31.
Kind of that same catch you had earlier on 507001.
Okay, yeah.
We always did 5 and
Keep it at 5.
52. I say keep it at 5.
Good.
I'm sorry, where are we, what account number?
507.
Well, I mean, the
507001.
department number,
53.
5305. Senior Citizen Program.
Page 31.
Sorry.
Anybody have any objections to keeping it at 5? Okay.
But I've got two things coming up.
Okay.
One, I think you and I have talked about, because I mentioned this to you, the opioid.
Talking about 548,
Yes, 548.
1, 3, and 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Utilizing opioid money.
Did get confirmation from Jenny on the drug court that it can be, so I'll be moving all that.
Okay.
So that'll free up some
That's the
general
whole
fund money.
50, that's 50,000.
50,000.
total
Which one are you
of
talking
those
about
three
now?
accounts.
548, 1,
Okay,
3, and 4.
gotcha.
Okay.
So they can come out and go use the opioid funds for that.
And I double checked because we don't really have, I guess the way QRT, rapid response, we'll call it QRT for the sake of discussing. In order to remove this, we have to have a resolution, right, to remove the rapid response.
I prefer a resolution saying that we're funding the Hardin County Drug Court through opioid funds.
Okay.
If you're gonna wanna change some of the other funding, then that would need to be amended, is my suggestion, but that's a legal question, but. Did I answer your question?
Are you referring to the 521 down their line?
Yes.
Well, because we still have the program somewhat in existence, that's liability, property, and liability insurance. They probably needs to remain.
I think my question kind of goes, it's twofold. It's now and it's a little bit
Yeah.
later.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking use it opioid, I didn't realize that we were going down to the record response.
That was the only thing I had on 31.
I interrupted you.
Yeah,
I think
you
I thought you were talking about, you said rapid response, so I didn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's a bigger question, but I think it needs to kind of come up towards the end. I
Okay.
guess.
All right.
So it's not, look at anything else, that's property, insurance or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
$32 now.
Yes.
History museum.
Um, 54, go, you got something? 5425-4, or 548, sorry. The, special projects for, I don't know what SCEL Fest and Cultural, 10,000. We've not spent any of that. So I would, just recommend to cut that out myself completely.
Last year we spent some in that. Lisa, do you have a schedule?
I don't have my schedule with me, and did not bring that, so can we bring that back up, and I'll bring my schedule?
Last year we spent $2,061.06.
What do you mean last year? This last fiscal year or the last fiscal year before
June
that?
2025, that whole last year that we have. We spent $2,061.06.
That's not on that report, that was the previous fiscal.
Yeah,
Previous fiscal year.
Right at the end of the year.
right. Some of these things happen. So, check.
For some reason, I'm thinking that the fair goes out of that, the 2,000, if I remember correctly, but I don't, I'll have the Hardin County Fair, the donation we give them for the 2,000 goes out that line, but let me get my schedule, because I
Okay.
have all that broken down, so.
Yeah, 548, there's two lines there, 1,000 and 10,000. Nothing's been spent out either one of them.
Right. She wants to wait and see what we spent 2,000 on previous fiscal year.
Previous fiscal year, we did not spend anything on the regular 540.0. I think that was probably just a placeholder just in case spending. But the other one we spent 2,000. So
2,000 would have been.
Was that the fair?
Hardin County Fair. But I'll
Is that usually the same price?
We just cut it to 5
that's what
and
we
be done
have
with
in
it.
the budget.
Mhm.
for
And
years
cut
now,
out the
is
one above it.
2,000.
it went up.
Tourism special projects, cut that out completely. We didn't spend any of that either.
So it could be that this might be able to be.
I think we
be able to
could cut this in
a lot of
half.
this.
So do it 5,000?
I think so.
You're talking about the special
Yeah.
projects?
Yeah.
548.
The 5425.
5425.
Yep.
Go to 5.
I say cut the one above it. We didn't spend any of that either. 5420.
Tourism.
Special
We have to have that? I mean, we didn't spend anything, so that's why I just said,
I'd have to look at my schedule to see what it was utilized for. I know that some of them are used for the Christmas in the Park display. So I just need to get my schedule so I can kind of go over that with you. So as needed, if things need to be replaced, that's where it's pulled out, so. But I'm sorry, I didn't bring that schedule with me.
Fred, before we go too far off this page, scooting back up to the History Museum 911 fees. It is going to affect on several things, but it's been talked about before. We talked about Emergency Service Committee, Jenny, in regards to anything that's owned, leased, or operated by Hardin County government to not pay 911 fees to.
That's
So-
a location site.
We own it.
Yeah, I know, but all the other cities, everybody else pays it for their building. It's the 911.
Yes.
GIS,
So
yeah.
this resolution that we've been talking about was anything that is owned, operated, or leased by our county government, actual government. So the county attorney's office, they have an officer. They don't need to call 911. They're right there. I've talked with Mike about this several times, and we just haven't voted on the resolution. But for example, we pay 911 for this building. That doesn't make sense. Everything we need is right here. And that's part of the resolution that we've talked about. I think EMS pays a 911, is that correct?
Yeah, all
EMS
the
pays a
buildings do.
911 fee. That is also ridiculous.
$70 per building, is that what it is?
65 is technically is what it is.
$65.
Has that been run by Jenny? The legal?
Yeah, I've got the resolution that we're supposed to be working on, or to eventually bring it
You
back.
know what the total would be then?
I don't know what the total is going to be, but it's everything that we own or operate. I mean,
70
Including the
times,
landfill. The landfill does pay too, and they're way out there.
Right.
So that, and we're on that, so.
anything owned, leased. So, for example, all the like we pay towards the volunteer, and also the continuation of that is any emergency service. So, fire, police, EMS. There's no sense in our volunteer firefighters paying 911 fee. And we did talk about this once at committee, but then we had tasked Mike, myself, and county attorney to go over this, and that's what's coming through. So I just kind of preemptively,
Information.
yeah, so we can look at taking it out of the budget because
In the
we
future.
can, because we could get this passed.
No, later.
It's currently law now, and I don't think take it out. It could be budget amended next year or something, but I don't think it should be taken out.
Like I just said, for informational purposes, all this kind of money will be potentially coming back because, if you get down to general admin, there's $700, I think, budgeted for it. So it's just something for you all to remember and think about.
Thank you. There was a question asked about 9100, 185, 201, 209. That is CPI, from what I understand, in January, Lisa. The
The other.
statutory.
Correct. So the elected officials are mandated a certain salary, and DLG looks at that salary. So, for example, the judge's salary that was set this January or February for this calendar year, we cannot put any extra in the budget, knowing that there's going to be a CPI. So in the past, we just kind of let it absorb somewhere else. But the one year there was a 7% increase. That was really hard to find for all that. So I've created this line for that purpose. It's just for the CPI portion. The Social Security match and the retirement is within their department or their fund. But that is just to make sure that we don't have to pull $7,000 and then the jailer's is in there too for his from somewhere else, because we know it's going to happen. Something's going to happen. And we need to make sure that there's some funds there.
It's elected officials exclusive of the magistrates.
Correct. The magistrates I can put in there because it's not a mandated amount.
Right.
So that's why that's just kind of a new thing.
Fred, I'm gonna go back up to 179. The co-op intern salary.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah, all right.
I'm not in favor of that. We're having a hard time making
We're back on
things,
page 32, by the way.
making things come out and giving the raises we need to give to our current employees without adding a co-op making $13 and something an hour. So I just, I think it's great to have them if you can afford them. I just don't think that we can afford them. So.
Well, we're getting them now for free, so. Had two this year for free.
And my daughter had to do some interns and co-ops through college, and she never got paid for her positions either. So, I think there's a lot of people out there and a lot of co-ops out there available that will come up here and get their schooling in and do it for free, and it'll help them and us.
I'm for cutting it.
I'm okay with that, and I'm a little, I have a different opinion, but I mean, for the sake of the budget, I have another, we got co-ops coming in here making $13 something an hour. We got EMTAs making 15 something.
1577.
That's a problem to me, but that's a whole other issue that we're gonna have to address eventually.
Yeah, all the co-ops I've ever dealt with, of course, I'm old school, but it was minimum wage. If you had them, if you paid them.
I have a concern about the hourly rate also.
The reason for the hourly rate was that's what McDonald's was paying. So, it's a different time. I was a
Who
co-op
was-
student, I made
Who was paying?
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
The fast food
Okay, well.
restaurants. So everybody's having a hard time getting.
McDonald's doesn't have to worry about meeting a county budget either. I just thought it was a little high for, I think it's a good thing to have a co-op program, an intern. I think that's great. But when we're sitting here and we're cutting positions that are vital to the county, but yeah, we're gonna, we're looking at an intern or a co-op, and we want to pay, $14,470 and 13 something an hour. I'm okay with cutting it.
And I would like to have the intern also, but if we did, I would be minimum wage, so if that's not possible, then I'm okay with cutting it.
We also have a volunteer program.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Well, the employee we have now, or actually they're not an employee, is a volunteer, correct? We have someone
There's
that
confusion about that.
is a volunteer now.
Same as.
So-
They co-op.
Mhm.
Volunteer.
Yeah, so,
No mind.
so,
So I hear to not fund this line, right? Create this position, right?
Correct.
Put everybody on the same page? 179. All right, page 33.
The 9100 302. We have budgeted 25,000, and we budgeted the same thing last year, and we have spent nearly 11,000 out of that. I think we could cut that a little bit.
Advertising?
Yes.
mhm.
I would agree.
I agree also.
So
I think we'd cut that down to 15.
Do you have April's numbers with you? Sorry.
Yes, and so every budget amendment, been dealing with the budget, all that goes through the paper.
Yeah.
The audit ad has not been done, and that's like $2,000.
Oh, okay.
So I'm really concerned about
Yeah.
cutting it very much, because then I'll be having to find money somewhere else to cover just our basic advertisement that happens every year.
For the year ended June 30th, 25, we spent $22,000.
Previous fiscal year was 22,000.
22,000, that's what we spent.
And if we had another budget amendment or something like that, we would have tipped over that.
Mhm.
So-
Okay. Well,
So I'm
Well,
really
maybe we
concerned.
better leave it. And those rates are only going to increase.
I'm sure they
I'm-
will. We have a certain
I'm sure.
guideline that they have to do our advertisement by. but
Well-
still it goes up.
I don't see them going down.
So you're saying leave that alone?
I think we better leave it
yeah,
alone.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't realize in the previous fiscal year that
Yeah.
we spent that much.
yeah, I think we better leave it.
So we're raising 319 by 20,200, and we've only currently spent half of the money. So
We don't
they're-
pay that out until the end of May, 1st of June. That's for
Okay.
the financial software to do all the book work, all the payroll. What we've added to that is we're looking into trying to do an employee portal
Yeah,
where
that's
you can
what
go in and get your W-2 online, your pay stubs and all that. And then a HR that goes with the software. So that's why that has increased. We've been,
Do we use, who do we use for our,
this here has fiscal soft and the time clock. All that's in that one line. And we've just
is fiscal
changed.
soft like UKG or something like that? You know, are you familiar with UKG? Or?
No, it's written for county governments.
Oh, okay.
UKG's payroll software only.
Is
This
that-
is payroll and the general ledger, the financial statements, it's
Okay.
accounts payable, it's the whole package.
That software program that you're looking to enhance, bring in, are those things that are done by employees in your department at this time? So that will relieve them of those.
It will relieve some, but it will give, it's an advantage to the employee.
Mhm.
They don't have to.
But they
come
can get
to
that
the-
information through your.
Correct. That's
Okay.
our goal.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you all have had that in your employment. I've not, because I've been here, but I've heard that it's a really big asset to be able to get that. Your W-2s, you can look back at your history and everything, so.
Yeah, we
That's our
use
goal.
UKG and I can get,
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
The same thing. It'll save all the printing.
Can you tell me what 9100, 315 is, who those are with?
That's some copiers I know for sure, but I can get that list for you. It's
Okay.
several things.
So then what is 9100, 399?
That is the,
Sorry, I should have called you beforehand.
yes, it's to deal with the employees. It's a fee that we have to pay in order to do the W-2, it's the 1094, 1095 reporting. So we have to pay a monthly fee, and that's what that's for.
That's all that ADIA, the Obamacare, the compliance,
Yeah.
ACA
Yes.
compliance, and
I'm almost sure that's all that
Yeah.
goes out of that. I have to look to see if something else, but I think that's it.
I wasn't sure exactly what they were.
And what was your other question? Do you have another one too?
You said 315 you thought was copiers.
Yeah, I will get that breakdown for you, but that's copier and other contracts.
That's fine. I was just trying to figure out,
Mhm.
like with private agency, I didn't know what that meant.
309 consultants, we've had 3,000 in there pretty consistently. We've not spent anything on there. So that would be maybe
Reduced to half.
Well, if the county attorney asks for us to get a consultant or any more legal fees, I've got to have some funds in there to move. And that's what that's been used for in the past.
How often have we used it, you know?
I know at one time we used it for when we did the audit, the auditor that helped do the accrual-based accounting. They come in and did some stuff, and that was part of that too. So,
last year we spent $291,
Yeah.
but it can fluctuate.
Right.
It's just an estimate, or there are legal fees.
I'll say we could cut it in half.
So what's line 9100, 332? Legal fees.
that's legal.
That was legal fees, the other one was accounting.
Consultants.
Engineering, whatever.
I would think we could cut that in half,
Which one?
309.
the 309.
I prefer not to cut the legal fees because it's sometimes hard to get the funding because a lot of times that'll come in at odd times and I can't have financial money for it. And you can't predict when I'll have to do that.
I'm talking about 309.
Right, I know. I just didn't want you to go to the next one and say cut that in half. But I was going to get real concerned, so I was trying to get my say in real quick.
I was getting ready to head there.
I was going to cut it more than
One
that.
at a time.
So 309, 1,500, everybody good with that?
I'm good with that.
Now, 332, legal fees.
Well.
She would
it's about
prefer.
We've used nothing out of it.
I've wiped it out before. So just, I mean, if you're gonna take a lot of this
Can't
away,
predict
guys,
it.
you're gonna have to increase the contingency account because I've got to be able to pay the things as it comes in. And a
We
lot
just
of
gotta
this
be
I
a little more
can't,
cautious with our spending is what we need to do.
I don't have control over
Yeah,
that.
I know,
That's
but
that's
I'm saying
the
every
problem.
department does.
Right.
So-
If that comes in, I've got to pay it. So that's my concern.
Not easily predictable.
Correct.
Legal fees is one of those things you cannot predict.
But I still think 25,000 as a placeholder when we haven't used any is a little high. I ain't saying take it all. I ain't saying cut it in half, but I think we could cut it to 20.
Traditionally, what's the average
I would
that you?
have to look back and see. I know I've had to put money in it.
Is it usually set at about 25?
I think it's been that for years.
Well, the suggestion is to cut it to 20, so. What's your pleasure?
If we can shave 5,000 and we haven't needed it, maybe we, I mean,
I'm good with
I'm,
5,000.
I'm all right with shaving 5.
Bookends.
I'm fine. Oh, sorry.
I'm with Lisa.
I'm not a
So-
bookend.
Yeah, well,
What do you mean you're with Lisa? I mean, you.
Leave it
like
at
is.
25.
Oh.
David, that's fine.
5?
Reduce to 5, about
No,
5.
take 5 off.
20.
Reduce to 20.
take 5 off of it, move it to 20.
548003. Community and marketing support. That,
Where are you at?
548,003.
Have to work, that's on my schedule. Have to see what stuff.
We haven't spent anything out of it, so I have no idea what it is. Judge, you know, have any idea what that is?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's just a placeholder that somebody that have been used before in the past.
What number are you on?
548,003.
$1,000.
Okay, for community marketing
We ain't spent none of
support.
it. No.
What are we using now? Nothing?
she's
Placeholder.
She's gonna look at it on the schedule. 563, the post, I know it's going up, but I don't think we've used.
Why we lowered that
Yeah.
is we are now working with the industrial fund and the stuff that they are mailing. We've got it going out of that fund instead of ours, so that's why we reduced that.
I think we could reduce it even more. I think we could go to 5.
That we ain't used.
I have to look back and see what we've used the last few years.
$1,777.87.
Last year, we used 4,300. 43.20.
20% there, about 19.27.
And postage is going up.
Is it gonna go up? Yeah. I think 5,000 is plenty.
So your suggestion on 563 is to reduce it to 5,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else?
I'm good on that. You guys are bouncing around on me. I'd like to go back up to 9,100, 336.
Wait just a minute.
Wait,
Okay.
We got
So
3 of them going on now, so
Sorry.
wait,
I'm
because
sorry.
last I heard we were at the marketing
563.
support, the place order, the place holder. Now
Lisa
we've
says she
moved
needed
to,
to get it. and check her
postage.
schedule.
I'm not sure about reducing it to 5, but that's,
Postage?
yeah. What did we use this?
We only used 1773 80 and 87
this
cents.
far?
19%.
She said it was 44, I think.
So it was 40, it was less than 5 last year total?
That's what she said.
Who's she?
Bonnie.
Okay.
It's 42 or 4,300, so.
She's got.
We keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
No, this one was last year. What
Challenge.
is it? Postage are we talking about, or
Postage
We're
charges.
at- We're on 563.
The postage,
563? We spent 4,326.13 last year, fiscal year. But postage is going up.
That's my
About every
concern.
3 months.
But she said some of the postage is now going out of a different account.
Why don't we compromise and go to 6? I just don't think 5 may not do it. Why don't we could cut it 1,000 at 6? I mean, postage is going to go up. This is
Yeah, but
another
I
one of
don't know
those
that it's going-
unpredictable things. Well,
$800
You
to
don't
buy, and that's a lot of 10-cent increases there.
no, that's not all. Not everything that goes out of here is in a regular size envelope.
Checks mailed- The checks are mailed, a lot of them, we're doing a lot of them EFT, but.
Yeah.
The
This
first
is Lisa, you came up with these numbers, so
Right.
I'll leave it up to you.
The first suggestion was to cut it to 5. How many people are how many of you are for 5? Oh, it was 1, 2, 3. Okay. Consensus, cut it to 5 on 563.
There's the 911 that I was talking about. 500 there.
Yep.
What is 9100 336?
Went all the way back up.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I'd have to look to see what-
Maintenance, repairs, service equipment.
Spent zero
5,000?
this past year.
Right, spent zero the year before. I think it's in there just in case.
2,500?
I'm with
So
that.
I don't know, did you have something? Thought?
No, I don't, without looking at what has been used there in the past. No.
Nothing was spent last year, I mean, so far.
Last year or this year so far. So I think 2,500 is plenty.
On 336, 2,500. How's everybody else feel about that?
I'm good with it.
Question on 340, is
Hang
that
on,
the,
Let's get this one finished first,
I
Kenny.
thought we were.
Slow
Well,
down.
no, but you gotta write some things down.
I was just asking Lisa.
She's trying to write it down.
Yeah. You're moving on though. We're not ready to move on yet.
Well, that's because you guys skipped to the bottom of the page before I
Sorry.
get to mine. Then you fuss at me for jumping back up.
No, I'm not fussing, I'm just saying, wait a minute.
It's
Oh,
okay.
Jaws.
One item at a time.
Okay, go ahead.
348, vehicle maintenance, is that for pool vehicles?
The 340?
Oh, sorry, 340, I looked at the wrong
That would
number.
be for a full vehicle.
Okay.
How many pool vehicles do we have?
We have in the budget.
Just-
None right
just
now, I
buy
think.
one.
Yeah, we have it in the budget to purchase one, but we don't have any right now.
Okay, we don't have any right now. All right,
That's
but
why
you have in the budget to purchase a new one? Okay, so what do we need? 2,000 in there. If we're gonna get a new vehicle, that's gonna have, they're usually, it usually comes with some of that service, is,
When we buy
Not
purchase.
the
No.
one we buy. No.
Yeah.
so you think 2,000 is,
Yeah, we get them pretty cheap.
Another RAV4.
I'm not a-
I'm not either.
Okay, we're getting off track.
All right, we're good. We'll go back down to where you guys were at.
Okay,
Just, y'all, go ahead. I was gonna ask the same one.
569,
No,
Yeah.
that's not the one.
569.
Increase of 2,000 for training for general. It was zero.
Yeah, what is that?
Who's this for?
That was for department head trainings that we have done. If I
The
remember
heart-
correctly.
We won, yeah.
We used someone from ECTC to come in and do
Yeah.
training.
445s year before. But, yeah, we wanted to increase training, leadership training.
so that's
Getting
leadership
ACTV,
training?
yes, it's
Leadership
leadership
training, okay.
Using TC to do it.
So were we budgeted too high the year before on 564? I noticed we went down $500. Did they, I mean, we didn't lower the contract, I'm sure. I mean, I'm just curious why it went down 500. The,
What did we use today?
whatever it is, it's a good thing.
well, yeah, I mean, I'm just curious though, making sure that it wasn't
Well, all of last year, we spent 19,720.
Nothing's went up.
So right at
Unless-
We get a
20,000.
contract.
Unless we have a
It comes
special
with-
call
We're
meeting.
under contract with
Yeah.
them.
Well, if we have a special call meeting,
But
that could go up.
that's,
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't accidental.
No.
Hit a 0 instead of a 5.
There's a big difference between the zeros.
Yeah,
and
could've been a
those
1 or a
decimal
2 or,
points.
yeah.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
Okay, I'm good. That's the only question I had.
All right, 571, we transferred out, but we haven't spent anything. What is renewals and repairs? I mean, what's that cover?
I feel that that's a placeholder.
Placeholder.
Just a caution again, between end of April through June, budget amendment's hard to do. And so if funds run out, gotta have some place to pull. So again, we have a big project that contingency account, like we did this year till the budget amendment went through, then it pretty much wiped it out and had nothing. So.
But it seems like every time we turn around, we've asked a question about some of these and they're placeholders.
Because
So,
they're in the general administrative, they're for those purposes.
but
And if you look back, they've not been abused. They've been for needed
Yeah.
transfers. It's not just something out of the blue. Some of these we had
Well,
to
I'm
use for
just-
utilities.
question of why we're having to transfer. I mean,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes.
you know,
Mhm.
you know,
Because I know a couple of them, the
I'm not saying you
utilities
haven't
went
had to
up.
transfer. It's why have we had to transfer?
Right.
Was it utilities we have no control over, or did we go buy a vehicle for 40,000 we
Yeah.
didn't know nothing about? You know?
Yes. Because I know one of them, we pulled a bunch from, we had a water leak, and we had to have extra money, and that's where a lot of that was pulled. So that's the first place I go when it's something that the department doesn't have the funds left in their budget to be able to use for some unforeseen cost. I will pull it from the general administrative. So.
Well, you did reduce it, so it's already been, cut back. Are we leaving, did we decide to leave the 54803? Did we decide to leave that placeholder as is?
She was gonna
She's
double
gonna
I'm
check.
gonna get my
out.
schedules to make sure that it's.
Okay,
So I've got that on the.
all right,
It's all on one schedule.
okay.
So we're leaving 571 alone.
571, you mean?
The renewals and repairs, the placeholder. I said we're leaving it like it is.
I would like to cut it down to half, but
On the very next page, we got the general fund contingency of $100,000. And basically, I guess I look at placeholders as that, but maybe we need to start looking at increasing our contingency, cutting out the placeholders.
I'm good with that.
That way we got one thing to look at instead of all
Instead
these
of
little
$6,000 or
$10,000 items.
I'm good with
So
that
you're
too.
saying maybe contingency?
I would have to go back in this budget cycle and knock out all those that we've already gone through. So
I don't know.
Unless there's some purpose for them being in that category for
Yeah, does
expenditure.
that make a difference, Lisa?
It hasn't for me in the past. It's just that I will, if you need salary money, I do the salary and benefits first. We will pull from there from the department. And if it's if utilities, we try to stay within the utilities of the department. If it's something they can't do, then I go to the general administrative and try to pull it. So it can either be the contingency
Either
or
or.
the.
what I'm proposing is that when you build the budget the next time, build the budget based on the contingency increase and not put all these placeholders in there, is what I'm saying. And it will save us a whole lot of reviews. And leave it like it is now, and we'll go on and finish up our analysis of the budget. But in the future, maybe address it from that standpoint. I think it'd make it easier on you too.
I think so too.
Say, will that work for you?
Yes, it would. I kind of inherited this way it's been done.
Mhm.
And, but like I said, if we pull that out, then I will struggle at the end of the year trying to find where we need to move money.
Is there any issue with DLG? Because I know sometimes it's like that when they look at this, will they think, you've just done, you're too high in this one line?
They'll probably
Group them all
question me,
together.
but I think I can answer that question.
Well, that's the
Yeah, I really
question.
do. That could be a question they ask, because why we did, but with costs going up, I don't think that would be a question.
It's probably worth checking with them if you're planning on doing it for before the next budget. Make sure that it's acceptable.
I mean, if we increased our contingency 25,000 on a $62 million budget, I don't think that they.
Yeah.
not gonna walk over
No.
there.
I don't think that to me. I really don't, but I will check.
Yeah.
So
What we doing,
what'd you decide on
571?
571? Cut it to 5?
I
Somebody
say so. I
said
mean,
five.
you add all those together, you're gonna have 125 or 100.
So cut that one to 5 and then add to the,
I'm waiting on
as we get on
response from
down.
other.
I'm fine with cutting it as long as, like we said, we bump up 9,200, 999, which is the contingency.
We're not gonna bump it up on this budget cycle.
Yeah. We're talking
We're
about
talking
the next,
Whenever she prepares the budget in the future.
for the next fiscal
We
year.
recommend that we change our
Yeah.
method.
Yeah, but they're gonna keep this at 100.
They're keeping that at 100. You still want to cut 571?
Yeah, what I'm saying, trying to explain to him is, out of all the ones we've cut down, you add all those together, that'll be the 25,000. But if you cut that to 5, it's 105, right?
Gotcha.
I'll say 5.
On 571?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would be good with either 5 or 7. I mean,
Use,
Yeah, 5,000's okay with me.
That's okay with me. We,
all right, reduce that line to 5,000 then.
Can I just remind you all that at the end of the year, you have pages of budget transfers to do. I don't know if y'all remember that or not. Or we produced pages of budget transfers. So there's a lot of movement in this budget.
mhm.
The expectation would be that the department heads stay within the budget. We do not have to continue to transfer money.
Well, they stay within their budgets, but sometimes the lines have to be moved.
Categories.
Right,
And that's
yeah.
what a budget transfer
Mhm.
is.
Right.
They do stay within
And they
the
do
budget.
stay, we say, for instance, last year.
Yeah.
Several $100,000, they're 50, 75 on all the operations, plus payroll.
Just adding to that, I think maybe like revisiting next time and kind of changing those other lines to make it a little more, if we consistently are having to do this, maybe this will make it easier on you. Where it's just less that you do have to worry about transferring. We have a little more in each of those lines.
But, you know, if we don't have legal fees the last pay in June, and I need it for another line, that's where it's gonna go, to the other line. So
Mhm.
that's kind of what happens.
That's where it's moved to.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's not used for that. So that's why you'll see nothing may have been paid out or a lower amount paid out. So when you look, most of it was transferred out because there was another need. So that's just the,
But I do like what Fred said about, the reserve for general fund, the general fund reserve. It makes sense, maybe just to increase that and eliminate some of those placeholders.
as long as you're gonna increase that. That was-
Well, no, to increase that and eliminate it just, it causes less confusion.
Good on that? Page 34. You brought up the pool car, line 9100, 723. There's $40,000 in there. I understand that is for the pool car, Judge.
Yes.
Is that what that's for? Okay.
Probably a little less than that. That definitely covered. Stay below the $40,000.
Is that going to be for a new car like the RAV4 or
Yeah, what RAV4,
something in that?
in that
category?
same category, $35,000 to $40,000 range, we can get something like that.
No, I think Chris mentioned so. Probably cut down a lot of all the reimbursements and stuff too.
People just drive their own.
We got folks going to training, having driving their own vehicles. Some of those vehicles are not, maybe for a long trip. They want to take the chance in. I know some of the terrain they have to go into, they don't want their own vehicle, some of the muddy roads. So, I mean, we've got to have a pool vehicle. We've got to. The other two were junk, so they're
I'm fine with a pool vehicle as long as it's used the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, it
No,
just should be reducing
Shouldn't be
mileage.
seeing any more mileage. If it's available, it should be used.
It's
Be
true.
more available this time with 911 so 911 had used it a lot. So a lot of times it wasn't available and the other one was down for maintenance
Right.
or somebody else. I mean, we have IT people and HR, they go around a lot to all the departments and
So
stop them having to.
I think it's much needed, so appreciate to be able to get one.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Guess we're over to page 35.
You about ready for another potty break? Chris?
Lunch and bring them out.
Slow down on the do.
Yeah.
On page 35, that 100,000, that's folks, from what I understand, that are eligible for retirement and those that have indicated they're going to retire to pay off their, or meet their obligation for sick leave and vacation pay. Is that correct?
Correct.
I have any questions on that?
I'm good. I can wait.
Do you have?
No, I'm good.
I have a question on 348.
Okay.
And why is it, looks like a new line item or new expense? Was there not anything in there from?
New ordinance.
Hmm?
The new ordinance, the new ethics ordinance that was passed,
Mhm.
it had a provision in there that they get like $1,000 from everybody, all the participants.
Oh,
It's
We
a
paid
fee.
that- We paid that in this fiscal year.
okay,
It just wasn't ever budgeted.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that.
Okay. Page 36.
314, top of the line.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Is that the road, or is that the metro transportation
MPO.
between? What is it?
314,
314.
top
Road-
of page
The
36.
community development metro plan where last year we contributed 15,000 towards,
No. I can't.
Yes, I just said it.
Okay.
We'll get you something.
I'll get a lot.
I don't have this, but I
What,
have
can you give me the account number on it here?
It's the
The
first
department
one.
road.
5076-314. First one on page 36.
Yeah.
We spent 4587.90 on it this year so far, 53%.
We have a little bit more to go on that one because we contribute. That was if I'm not mistaken,
15.
15,000.
Yeah.
But this is moving up to,
Yeah, why does it go up to 23 with this?
We already had the other in there. That, the van pool was new last year. Because we've always been paying them for, Judge.
I can't remember exactly what that other is for.
So,
but that's
The 15, well, is
It's
this the one that has the 15,000?
Yes.
15,000.
Yeah,
there's
and
a-
then the other one was something that's rolled over from years and years.
I will
We
get
pay
that, a copy of that bill. for you all.
Okay.
It's a quarterly payment we make.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So there's two things in there. That's the,
Yes.
okay.
One of them has been in there for years and then. we had
Well, that was
15.
the confusion because we knew it was only 15. Curious
We're
why
not,
it's
we're not
23.
adding 15.
But we don't need
again.
to do 15 again, do we? That was a
Yeah.
one-time.
No, it was something that we agreed to, at least until the decision is being made, you know.
I thought,
Those are-
and I thought they were pulling out. The cities are starting to pull out of
They are
this.
not. I had an MPO meeting, TAC meeting last week.
Hmm.
Everybody there, Radcliffe, E-Town,
So, do they have any data how many people have used it so far?
they have some data, we went over it. It's not a huge number yet. Still working on advertising, things like that. So I think to summarize the meeting, it's too early to say that this is going to lead to something bigger, you know, actual
Because I
public.
thought phase 2 was 360,000 total
That's
for
about
all
right.
the, you know.
That's buying some other vans, I think 4 vans, not buses,
So we're
but
not going
vans.
into phase two yet.
We are not. No, we decided to wait another year to see how this, if it continues to grow or not at this level.
So if the cities are not going to do this, we're not going to be the only one participating in this, correct?
That's correct. We'll pull out same time they will. Or we'll pull out sooner if you guys want to. But we've kind of committed up through this coming year.
And I was absolutely for it to begin with, but I think when I've heard that the expectations were a lot higher for usage and it's significantly low. You know, so
It's not great. I'll agree with you. But what the presentation was that it's still early, and so the agreement with the group was to go another year and see what happens.
I know that the biggest push and the reason why I was kind of behind it was in the future, you know, if they did talk about expanding the operations, etc. But right now it's mostly E-Town and Radcliffe utilizing this.
Yeah. I mean, some people from the county are utilizing it, but numbers are low.
I could go either way. I mean, if the cities are going to be pulling out, I'm for sure going to be pulling out.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want to contribute to something that.
But they're not pulling out.
So we're putting another $15,000 back into phase one extension. And the numbers I've been hearing, and I don't have any documentation, but low numbers like 20 in a year. That's not a very good response as far as I'm concerned. And then we're putting $15,000 back into the same program we got going now. So I don't know what did they say anything in the meeting, what they're going to do to try to increase that usage?
It went over some various different advertising methods and what TAC is saying is that it's too early to make a judgment of whether this is going to be worthwhile or not. So that's kind of the way that everybody went with that. Said, okay, we'll commit to another year, get back together again and see where we're at.
I'm good with
Another
that.
year is just phase one still?
Yes, sir.
No commitment to go to the bigger phase two.
So we're gonna
Okay.
give $454,000 to them?
What? Stop.
Trying
You're
to
trying to.
Get a rise out of Kenny, what I miss?
Oh, come on. He's like,
So what I'm hearing is that we'll continue the $15,000 for the next cycle in phase one.
yes. As long, like I said, as long as they're in.
Everybody good with that?
I'm good with it. I'm going to be optimistic and hope that the numbers support it.
There's a lot of people that complains about transportation, so you would think
well,
that there'd be a
that's-
lot more people using it.
That are utilizing it.
It's surprising that.
Everybody that I talk to doesn't know anything about it.
That's,
I think that's part of the issue.
And so I think we should put a bug in their ear to bump up their advertising budget.
And I
Then they're
think
gonna
some of
come
the
back to us
transportation is
like,
outside the county.
We need more
Yeah.
money.
So if we're spending,
Mhm.
folks outside the county too use it.
Well, we're not giving as much as the cities are, so,
No,
and I
but
know it's benefiting mostly our
It's still
city folk,
$15,000.
but it
Yeah.
is. But they're still
And the whole point
Hardin
was
County residents, so
the
that's the
economic
reason we wanted to
development.
help put in. But I know the city folk are the ones using it
It'd be nice.
Not necessarily.
more than the county.
Well, maybe if we can, maybe Judge, if you want, next time share a report to us so that we can have some idea about what's going on and we can be better informed.
I'd like to see those numbers and how many
I'd
people.
like to see where the folks are coming from that are utilizing it.
As a matter of fact, a little step further, we'll have TAC come in.
Well,
and give
that'd be great. Yeah.
Do they have the demographics of where they come from that use it? They have
They
that?
They have some information. It's
Okay.
probably not
Yeah,
as
that-
good as
What
I
we,
would like, but
Mhm.
I think I've followed the bus a couple of times to Taylor County, so.
it's probably a different one.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it at that then. Larry, you good with that?
Pardon me?
So are you good with the, leaving the 15,000?
Yeah.
Looking over this, wasn't paying no attention to what you was saying. So we ready to move on, Fred?
Yes.
The next thing I see is 145 that stands out.
That is a salary position that was mixed in with the other employees, the 143. So to better be able to do the budgeting, it was easier to take that salary position out.
Okay, so
But
that,
it's
so
not-
143 was higher.
143 has been a position, but it was included in the 143, I'm sorry, the 145 was included in the 143, and I pulled it out.
So basically, it went from 721 to putting those two together at 790, but that's including some raises and
2%.
it's 2%. Okay, okay.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
I'm tracking. Thank you.
Okay. That was
But
kind
it
of
just
my
makes it
question.
a lot easier for us when we're doing the budget
Yeah.
part, the
Okay.
hourly versus the salary.
Looking at it here, it looked like it was I didn't think it was a new position, but it, it was kind of confusing, I guess. But
Anything else?
There was something that I was gonna ask. The contract asphalt dropping so much, is that just, did we,
This is,
Was-
I think, asphalt for patching, I believe.
well, we did $1,030,000. Was that some grant or something? Did we, that was why it was 1,000 or $1,030,000 before and now we're going to 575?
You're on a different one.
Yeah, I'm on 311,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
That, once again, is kind of like a placeholder. It is whenever you figure it out, what all you have to spend in some of the budgets, because later on, we'll get some grants and
36.
we'll have to pull from that asphalt line
Yeah, I mean,
and
but
put down
This-
below.
this is
It's kind of a
This is the one
majority.
where it
This
has
year, we have
this
more,
year's and last
like if
year's.
you look at the contract, the LARP, CPP, we've got more in some of those lines because we actually already have the monies. And
Is
so
LARP asphalt team?
It is pavement in place.
Okay.
Asphalt is, right now, would be what we would use ourselves,
Okay.
but
I was just, I'm all
Yeah.
for making sure we have plenty of money in our asphalt budget and road budget to
Right.
ensure that,
right, and it's being reviewed all the time, schedules of what roads need to be done, pulled out, the money for it. The LARP was the 11 roads, 12.
10 or 11 roads,
Yeah.
about 10 miles of road.
Which is good.
what's
I
the,
guess the LARP money, we're not funding, that's coming from the state.
It's a 20% match.
20% match.
So in the revenue, there's like the 600 piece.
So yeah,
So
can't-
784 is our 20%.
No,
No, it's
that's
our
total.
100% because it's a payout.
so do 20%.
That's how
Yeah,
much
is
is.
what we end up spending actually.
We would spend, we would get 627,400, spend the 700. It's costing us about 155,000.
Yeah.
I can pull that again.
Okay, so to me, we're still not putting as much money into the asphalt to our resurfacing.
We have, we're putting, when you add all of those up in the contracts and everything, the building, bridges and everything, it's about $2.1 million that we're spending there. Our revenue is down. Yeah,
Like item 311, when we're almost $500,000 less. I guess for me,
We are
how come?
part of
that's
that.
that's a grant we already received.
311 was a grant? That's the reason it was
The
$1 million
MRA
before?
asphalt, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that just went through court not too long ago. Because we won't really get it, we don't have the revenue in We won't get it all finalized until I think it's June when we get that. We put in a request for it that was 146,000, but we can't pull the money in until we actually get the grant. And then at that time, we can pull it in and then add to the asphalt line. We probably shouldn't have moved it out.
Somebody
That
said we have to
asphalt,
spend the money
yeah.
before we get reimbursed, some of it is, right?
Are we still adding an additional $1 million to the asphalt paving? That fund's coming from the landfill contract?
Yeah, we're doing the 1,490,000. We made it the same as last year, 1,490,224. Just what.
That's the
It's not
balance
on
of the
there,
budget, it'd be under the
Okay.
revenue.
Oh,
So
revenue side.
can I
It's
just
on the
back up
revenue
a
side.
minute to make
Yeah.
sure I'm understanding your question? Because when you're talking about the 311,001, the MRA asphalt, that was one of the questions, correct? That is the MRA money that we're receiving, that has went down. And DLG said we could only budget what we received this year. So that's why that number is what it is.
He was looking at the
And I'm talking about
expenses.
311,
You said 146, that's why I was trying to pinpoint it.
Oh.
Yeah,
the
That's not
570,
grant.
575.
Contract asphalt.
contract asphalt. If
So
you
we're-
look at,
We're contracting less than half.
that's compared to the budget last year, if you look at what ended up, at least through March, and we have some more transfers, don't we, from Lisa on road?
Are you talking the 311 line?
Yes. 311. Right now, they're sitting in 726,000 in that line instead of the 1,030,000 because we transferred out.
Right, so we've paid out this year so far 512,689.16.
Okay, is that, yeah, because we're going to be spending more by the end of June. We expect to spend
Right,
that budget.
we're expecting to spend that 500 and some, and then we're expecting to spend out LGA money on asphalt roads. Is the plan for this fiscal year we're in now.
So I'm asking, how come this budget's a lot lower than last year's?
Because the revenue is down.
County road aid
Plus
and
we
MRA,
Is it-
municipal road, it's all went
Just
down
based on the-
tremendously. Yes, if you look on your revenue sheet, if you look on page,
It can be a shocker to the general public when they see that we're
if
doing
you look on page
a
5.
half of what we've tried this year.
We
No,
were budgeted
it's-
last year 2.2 million for county road aid. This year it's 1.8.
But when you add up all the lines, that 575 that's sitting in asphalt, there's also this MRA, the LARP money, CPPP, that was up 290,000. That normally would have been up in that 1,030,000, so we've been able to actually get things back down, and we have some grant money this year way ahead of time than what we've ever seen. We still have the MRA, the rubberized asphalt, that's going to come in here too. So it will spend, we're going to spend pretty comparable to it. We don't always spend all of our asphalt money either.
That's what I'm saying is, whatever the amount the county provided for last year's asphalt, we providing at least that much, because due to the revenues are less. I'm even saying, should we try to subsidize it or fill it up so we don't cut our road funding down, our resurfacing?
When when we look, we're trying to do it on a project basis.
Mhm.
You know, have all the roads that we want out there that are rated to 8, 9, and 10. The LARP is gonna pretty much take care of that. We're also finishing some of this year through the end of June is on the process. And next year, I think some of this will move once we get the rubberized asphalt in here. And then, like I said, we have more than a match from Kentucky on those pieces than we've had before. I'd have to add, you have to take this whole group of line and look at, we're spending 2.1 million this year on all of these. Last year, it might have been 2.2, but we're not even done. This is the budget. You gotta look at what we actually spent.
I guess I'm
So,
saying,
yeah.
however many miles of road that we did last year, I wouldn't want to do a lot less than that this year. Even if the state funds are reduced, then I believe the county should, get it back up to whatever it needs so we keep doing the same amount of miles of road.
We got to remember the state budget. They had a lot of extra money there for 2 or 3 years there, and they were pouring more money in appropriations and stuff to us. And if I recall correctly, in the state budget, they allocated more money for Hardin County, but they took money from the county roads and gave it to the state roads in Hardin County. So we had a little switcheroo on us there. So you can't really go back, I don't think, Kenny, and go back 2 years because that pool of money, they've already gone through that at the state level. That was money on and above what we had normally spent.
But I know we've been spending or adding at least $1 million or something each year.
You're talking about the supplement from the landfill to
Yes,
the,
yes.
well, I think it's going from industrial tax this time.
It is, and it's the flat amount that, the county road aid and municipal road aid helps fund the salaries of so when that goes down, you've got to fund that too. So that's how we balanced it out. So that's.
I'll get your answer later this afternoon about the miles of road. Pull it up right now.
I believe our roads aren't in the greatest shape. If we're doing the 8, 9, and 10s, that's good. But the 7s, they're not that great either. So
It should be 8s or 9s.
some of them should be. And when you let them, the 7s or 6s not get repaired or resurfaced, they deteriorate faster. And it costs more to fix them.
We're reviewing all that now. We're using the state guidelines. Mark Absher's with it, and so is Michael Steck. They've been meeting with LTAD and been meeting with Charlie, and the other people that worked on that PCR, that pavement review, PR, whatever that one is, PRC. So they're reviewing all that now. They're listing all the roads. They're going out there. They're taking pictures. They're all of that is in the plans to get it all done. But I can tell you the mileage.
I know our road department went every 300 feet and photographed the pavement across this county. So those roads have been documented by our road department, and that information has been well documented.
I know they did that for the submission for the special grants or something. I didn't know that they was doing that for every road. I thought it's just for the ones we were submitting.
No, they did every
road.
They did it for
every road, and then we have
the
in the
mileage.
budget this year to put some money in it to start recycling, doing some of the worst roads again, kind of straighten those out. And some of them have changed after the ice storm that we had. They got a lot worse. So we had to.
And Kenny, if you think about it this way, if we weren't getting the LARP money or some of that other stuff, we wouldn't be able to get all that stuff done with what we're budgeting. So we're going to kind of exponentially get, because I know at one point, 20-year road plan, we were way behind. And because of all the extra state money, we're getting closer to being at over 5s and 6s.
Over the last 4 or 5 years, of course, the ARPA money also helped. Quite a bit of that money was put in there. None of us going to actually catch us up to a place where we'd never get any complaint about a road, but
Your concerns are well founded.
Yeah.
It's just,
I mean, you look
Right.
at the number of roads we have, and if you give them 20 years life, we need to do about 30 miles each year. I don't know that we're doing that, and I certainly don't want to fall way short, just.
Probably more like 15 miles.
And I think, our state legislators are helping us tremendously with that. Put pressure again next year.
Yeah, and then the difference between the other funding that we got, like last year, and then the LARP, there's a 20% match before we got the money.
Yeah.
And then there's still the money out there for emergency road. We leave 3% in a year of our county road aid and municipal road aid money that will be for emergencies. So if there was something that came up, and we have to prove that it wasn't because we were not doing maintenance. But anyway, we can get that for emergencies too. So that's just out there.
I've been on some roads here in the last few days. I didn't realize they were that bad. They wasn't that bad before we had that ice and snow.
Yeah.
And I don't see how they're getting some of these little old cars over the roads. I mean, the blacktop is just gone. It's just broke up into just chunks. And,
Michael has a lot of those schedules. We're working with Scotty's right now he's got a schedule of those roads. So I don't know if it's the roads you're talking about, but there is a schedule of all the roads Scotty's trying to get to for June. And then there's the wish list after June.
the other question I have, you might have already talked about, and I apologize for being late. I just got busy and forgot about it. So there's no other excuse but that. I was out knocking on doors this morning when Big K called me. So, on the Meeting Creek Bridge, does that money show up in here, or I know they're not going to get to it till next year?
Meeting Creek is the
Well, that's something I've been asked a
state.
whole bunch the last several days.
Yeah, the state's got that in their budget. Unfortunately, that's still about 2 years out. That's the wooden bridge, right? So, yeah, that's still going along. It's just taking a lot longer than what we would all like. Because how many 2x4s can you put on that bridge, right? So it's.
I wouldn't want to put 2x4s on. Yeah.
okay, I think we've talked about this one long enough then. Let's get down to clarification on the bridges. There was some question about Gaither Station Road Bridge, as well as, I think, is it Horseshoe Bend or Horseshoe Road? I don't know, or Horse Bend. I don't know which one it is. I've heard both of them.
Horseshoe Bend is the only one I know of.
Okay.
Sounds like that.
The 23602, I understand 13602 is for that road, and 100,000 is still for the Gaither Station project. Is the explanation? Is that correct?
Right.
All right.
Well, my question on that is, we had last year $270,000 budgeted, but $115,000 was transferred out. So if I'm confused. Where would that go to? If it was, why did we transfer out 115,000 is my question, I guess.
Is that a match for the bridge?
So you're talking about the bridge line?
Yes, 312-100.
I'll pull that ledger and let you look at it.
They could switch it to other projects.
Doesn't stay on a bridge project.
No. As long as they can switch it to another project.
Okay.
I'll get you that ledger so you can see where.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, we're good on that page?
What's the contracts with government agencies? 314.
314.
350.
Contract with government agencies?
No, that was the,
350.
that's the
Yes, ma'am.
LTAD contract. It was 15,000
100% of
last
it.
year.
Okay.
It's considered, yeah.
And we brought
So
that down
brought-
a little bit because we don't need them to go out and look at every single road again. Okay, so that's why it was brought down to $10,000.
Well, I just question it because I guess it's a new line that y'all added, because last year there was nothing in it.
They transferred in 15,000
Yeah.
last year.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
that's what caught my
There was
eye.
a budget,
Yeah, no,
yes.
All right, it's getting close to, it is, almost, it's noon time. You all want to,
We can finish the road department, we got another page on it.
Well, I mean, you want to order something?
something to have it delivered for lunch, or you want to just work through lunch, or how you want to do this?
I'm fine with ordering. Yeah, subs fine.
Time with it? Somebody want to make the order? We're all chip in, and pay for it?
We want.
I can do it.
You can do it? All right.
What we said, Subway?
Eat French.
Anybody like subs? Something different?
I brought something. You know, don't worry about
You
me.
packed your own lunch, huh?
Something too good for you?
No, it's not too good for
How do you
me.
want to do it, Aaron? Do you want everybody to
We'll
give
take
our
a
order?
break.
or-
Take a break real quick and then everybody can eat.
Okay, let's take a 30-minute break. And that way give us time to order and come back in.
All right.
So 12:30.
Yeah, and we can just eat food when it gets here as we're moving through this.
You want to buy a truck or you want to buy?
I was gonna look at doing the catering. Just catering.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
I just like cold cut combo myself.
Yeah, me too.
Something different. You know, for all this time, it's all about sirens. Oh, what's going to happen if we do away with sirens? had a concrete road.
We do.
We have one, I think.
Where is
Right,
that?
not in the city.
I've driven it just recently.
Not my 2.7 miles.
Charlie Trace, I think is what it is.
Okay.
Oh,
Off of Gil Hodge Mill Road.
Yep.
Thoroughbred
Last year
thing.
we
Thoroughbred.
spent
Up that direction.
$4,400.
It's
Left before you get to the bridge.
Last year
It's
we
in bad
only spent
shape.
$4,400.
And that's probably not for road, that's probably for something different.
It's concrete materials.
Yeah.
Materials
Yeah.
for culverts and different
This
things.
year we transferred
Right,
out
that's what they use
13,000.
that concrete.
well, it just jumped out at me because recently I drove it.
That would
It's a
be our
concrete road.
budget.
Okay.
594. Last year was 5,013.81. This year is reduced to 35.56. So far, we spent 22% this year, 1,118.
Do we know what the safety supplies are? That's not signs or nothing like
No, it's
that,
high
right?
vis and
Just
sign, like, probably caution cones, stuff like that.
I think we reduced it just to make sure. We didn't use it all last year, so we reduced it some.
Like I said, we only spent $500.
I can see taking it down to a couple of grand.
I think they have specific plans for that. Mark has, there's a lot with some more signs. I'm trying to figure out.
Is
where
that
they
why
are.
it's an odd number? And that's something else that stood out, it's 3,556. That's kind of an odd.
Specific project. I think it was specific stuff that they
Is
when
it
they
something-
reviewed that they were gonna spend.
maybe he's been working on over
He,
in,
he's been working on it,
Is that like hard hats and vests and that kind of
No,
stuff?
that would be under uniform.
Maybe signage for safety?
Well, I thought that, but they said no.
No.
it doesn't have anything to do with what he's doing over in Colesburg, does it?
it might be. I can't.
Because
Well,
I think,
Since we don't have an idea of what it's about, and he apparently has a project, maybe he can share that in a public works meeting to help us understand what he's spending it on maybe next time. We'll just leave that alone if it's okay with everybody else.
Yeah, I think.
I was curious about 340, the difference there, the 15,000,
Where you at, Patsy?
340. We're still on page 37, I think. The
I got you, sorry.
vehicles, the maintenance, repair, that kind of thing.
Service vehicles.
Mhm.
vehicles, maybe?
I mean, that's being pretty big.
What we spent last year.
Last year, we spent 37.
This current year.
Or this current year, we've spent 37,263.
90%.
There's, yeah, $3,700 still left in that account.
Now we have spent 42,902 as of the end of April.
Okay, for the,
So probably need to.
well,
I think we can just leave that alone.
that's probably
Yeah.
why that's increased. All right.
A lot of it is all
Heard that.
especially more
Oh, yeah.
because of the,
Lunch.
because of the
That's
ice
right.
and everything. There is a
$150.
lot of repair damage and tires and more tires.
Okay, page 38.
Hang on a second, I want to go back to 37, sorry. So there is a line for road department signs, 469, it's gone up from 20 to 45,000.
That's one of the ones that they have specific.
There's a reflectivity requirement that we have not probably been
We haven't gotten there yet.
on top of as much as we should. And so there is anticipation that we are going to have to replace quite a few signs as we get into that.
Wasn't we gonna replace signs or something on Valley Creek Road? Wasn't there something about Valley Creek Road? Just some road signs?
That was after that accident. It was guardrail.
Guardrails, is that what I'm thinking? Okay.
And
I
they
was
were
thinking-
working on a state.
Salt, do we have adequate money in salt?
Well, they
We
spent
reviewed it.
More than the year before, they reviewed it, and just anybody's guess, we didn't want to put as much in as last year, but
Well, you,
it was
But we-
spent.
towards the end, like
He-
last month ago.
He
or-
just replenished.
She
Yeah.
replenished
We
it.
replenished it.
we
Why could get it at a lower rate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this year we've so far paid out 306,707.
Yeah.
Through April.
But it's
So
full.
all-
Yeah, he bought some
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
past year for
Right.
this coming year.
That's what we thought cover.
I mean, it probably won't be enough,
It's a
but
little
hard to
bit more
say.
than last year. We don't know.
Might not use any of it.
I've been in prayer.
The less used, the better.
Okay,
Well, if there's no snow.
Exactly.
Right, yeah,
But even with snow, sometimes
Well, yeah. The temperature-
timing.
Yeah.
okay, does anybody else have anything on 37?
I don't know if
All right,
it's-
38.
Computer
That's
software,
mostly-
I'm assuming they're gonna have a great upgrade of some type. Went up $2,000.
They went up iWorks. I know they upgraded their iWorks. I don't know if that's an issue there.
I work through IT.
Yeah.
This software is the pump software, and we got new.
Yeah, that's right.
In, right, part of the year, so it's all softwares for service, so it's a monthly.
And, most of the rest of this is utilities.
Yep. Okay, 39.
599 miscellaneous expense. Do you know what that is?
Every department gets
It's
$1,000.
1,000.
I asked that on everyone so far.
I think so.
Have you given the same answer each
Yes,
time?
sir. I have. We're at least we're consistent.
All right, just check.
You know, the road department equipment, you're gonna see on, later on in the budget, where there's a skid loader and a dump truck. So, page 40.
I think it's, we've already all looked at this.
Yep.
Or should have.
Yep.
He wants his thumb drives back, by the way.
I've got mine.
Just
I've
just
got
just a
mine.
reminder.
I've
We
got
gotta
mine.
hear about that every time.
Yeah.
You see.
Okay, and 41 is continuation of jail, and 42 is a continuation of jail, which is basically 42 is all utilities.
44, that's the
43.
dump truck and skid
Yeah,
steer.
44, we get back to the skid steer and the dump truck.
Fred, can I ask a question about, on page 41? 549,001, the pool, the medical cost pool, is it, I mean, is it putting in? Okay, it's the,
It's the monthly amount.
okay,
And
okay,
then there's the usage.
all right, thank you.
And hopefully we got at least 3 more checks coming.
Yeah.
For that audit. That department a little bit. And back to 44. Anybody have any questions about that?
The LGEA asphalt, I guess, was that some grant money or something, was why it's so high? And
They just utilized it all for asphalt that year instead of getting equipment.
oh,
So it's about the same amount of,
This time we're going,
yeah, we're splitting it out.
splitting it up.
Mhm.
That's less asphalt for you there, Kenny.
I have a new dump truck, buddy.
page 45. That's grant money for the rapid response and projects. Nothing to see there. '46 is another page of grant. Unless there's a question on, everybody needs to understand too, on the Scholar House, that we're just being used as a pass-through on that.
Yeah, all we lack is the admin fee, which will go into the project.
Yep.
And all the ARPA money will be
Done.
done this, it has to be done by the end of
Okay. Page 47. Very first one there, the engineering services. We transferred out, looks like $250 and used 38%. According to this, has that increased on yours?
You're talking about solid waste, the landfill engineering.
323.
Yeah, that is, Tetra Tech.
Tetra Tech.
And according to the contract that we just ran through, it should be about the 58, but next year, I'd like to still keep it at 75,000 just in case. The Republic Services is doing a lot more work. They're wanting to maybe relocate some of the wells that they have on there or add more, which would mean an amendment to the permit. And we use Tetra Tech to kind of oversee that. So we may or may not use it, but I think we should keep it in there just for that. But for this year, we will have the savings of 75 to the.
And when are they going to do that?
They're working on it now. They're looking at whenever their budget goes through. So we're supposed to be.
Saying sometime
Yeah.
next fiscal year.
Yeah.
Are they going to remove vertical wells and put horizontal in, or increase the number? I mean, what do you have any idea what the project going to be about?
They
As far as
told
wells?
us.
I don't remember. If
I've
it's
got it on
horizontal
my
or vertical,
notes.
it's whatever's,
Well,
in
they're
their
going,
opinion, is
doing away
better.
with the horizontal, going in with the,
Yeah,
I mean, the
they're
vertical and going
Right.
in with
It
horizontal.
depends upon how much money it is and what they can get in their budget on whether they convert it all, but they at least are going to be making some changes up on top. I think they were wanting to get rid of one of the wells over on the northwest side.
But anyway,
they're working on it.
I mean,
but
I'm
they
just trying to get the
expect-
scope as to whether or
Yeah,
not what
it's-
the engineering be.
it's hard to say. I mean, I think it's significant, and there will probably be a change to the permit, so that will require more services than usual.
How long have you guys been in conversation about this?
What?
How long have you guys been in conversation about them changing the wells out?
About last week.
Last week sometime.
I'm just trying to figure out why we never hear any of this in Public Works meeting. We get no reports about the landfill.
Well, we've had the guy in here before, and he's given some updates. He hasn't been in there for a couple months, but I don't know that they've really done much in the last couple of months. So, I mean, we can have.
So we can
them
look
come
forward
in.
to it next week.
Yeah, we can have them come in and describe what they're planning on doing.
That'd be great.
So we have spent 32,263.
In fact, I think we already had them scheduled for this
Yeah.
next time.
We've spent 32 through April. Unless if you feel differently, we'll just leave that alone. Okay. Landfill rock, we spent nothing last year or this year.
Yeah, I think we can cut that down to 1,500.
Which line are you talking about?
409,001.
That's I think last year Republic paid for it, but that has to do with the roads and washout. But I think they paid for it last year, used their own, but that may not be that way this year. It's all along where the sheriff's road is. And,
They had some extra, I think, available.
yeah, because they were.
So no guarantee that they will do that again. It's not part of their contract to do all that.
We'll leave that.
Spend 50,500 out of that last year.
Out of the rock?
The first year, last fiscal year?
Last fiscal year, we spent 5,500.
It was a big washout.
Yeah, that
previous
was,
year.
yeah,
That was a big one.
the whole road.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah. Okay, general construction materials, nothing was spent out of that. 1,000.
Looks like all of these,
Yeah.
all 431,001, 441,001, nothing's been spent out of them.
We got road materials out there, $5,000.
I think the PH, that auto, that's on the way.
Pearl Hall.
Oh, Pearl Harbor.
We used to have a separate
That's a good-
Springfield Road.
Yeah,
Pearl
yeah.
Hall. Then when you see F, that's Springfield Road.
So the road materials, how much do we use to that?
So far this year,
0.
I mean, technically, road materials and rock could be the same. Right?
That's what I'm looking at. Is that the duplication or is that the
I think we can cut. You got $5, $6, $7, $10,000 right there, and you ain't used none of it.
But she's saying that rock is Springfield and the other one's Pearl Harbor.
Right.
Last year we spent 500.
So you would think that,
We use, out in Springfield, we use all those, buildings that are for storage and
There's
Yeah,
travel in and out.
there's a
So
lot of government stuff out there. Sheriff's in there. We have stuff from, solid waste. We now have emergency management storing out there more what they did. Yeah, it's rough.
well, I think we can cut at least one of those, some,
447?
I'd say in half.
cut it in half.
It's the pleasure of everybody else.
We haven't used it, right?
No.
It said 0's been used.
Yeah, you got $10,000 to switch around, I mean, in those lines, and cut it in half.
So am I hearing you want to reduce that to 2,500?
Yes.
Yes.
Larry? Okay, 447 reduced to 2,500. Petroleum, we spent 47% up until, I don't know what your report shows, Lisa. On this is 47.
Last year we spent about $4,400.
On which one?
Petroleum, 455.
What was spent?
Petroleum
Petroleum
products.
products, $455.
Mhm.
4,388.79.
Why wouldn't we have raised that line up if we?
so
Oh, you're saying,
Last fiscal year.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Previous fiscal
Yeah,
year is the budget.
yeah, what do we use today?
through April was
1,400.
$1,400.
We've only used 1,500 today.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. So I wonder what why last.
No, we've used 14, sorry. We still have
Mhm.
15 available.
Use 14, have 15 available.
So they didn't spend any of this
Sure, there's
past month in
variation.
April.
No, not in April, so we'll probably get some deals.
And based upon what it was last year, we probably might leave that alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prices, I mean, we know what gas is right now.
Grass.
Yeah.
315 solid waste transfer went up to 5,000. We've spent 6531 as far as my records show. What did we do through April?
I'm sorry, what line are you?
315.
Did 6,500
65
so
still.
far.
Okay.
Nothing was in April.
So we spent just barely over half through April.
That's the free dump day. So we're getting ready to have one, so that, this month in May.
So
that will be spent, some more be spent out of that.
How much you think that'd be? I mean, what's been the average? You have any idea? Okay. All right.
Is the money spent so far just dump days?
Yeah, that should be all that's in there, but. I can get
But how many dump
the
days have we had?
We have two.
2 total?
2 or 3.
I thought it was two, maybe it is three.
I think we had 3.
I think we're 3.
You know, Judge?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Next is
I
quarterly.
think it was
So what,
at least
how
4
much
on
is
it seemed
Yeah.
like.
So we do 3.
If you go 3, it'll average out about $10,000, so.
Mhm.
I wonder why we, unless we're hanging on doing an extra one or something, why did we put them up at the 15?
No idea.
It depends too on how many people actually go out there, and I think those numbers have been up some, so we end up paying more money to make that happen.
We spent 13,661 last year, 13,007.
Okay, well,
Probably
But
should
yeah, there are more.
Yeah.
There's more traffic this year.
leave that alone?
I guess so.
her reports say that there's more and more.
Yeah.
Page 48. Contracts with private agencies, 10,000. Spent nothing so far, unless, Lisa, you have something different on 315.
I read that advertising. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Is it okay to go back up to row 2? We're going to talk for 315.
It's a big difference, isn't it?
Huh?
We've only spent $212.
Yeah, we've only spent $212 in that advertising. I don't know what we normally spend.
Lisa, can you see what we spent through April? She's had
Through April, she's had probably quite a bit lately.
Yeah, I don't know if it comes out of another line, if there's another, you know.
usually whatever she has in that line is packed up in grant revenue.
That's what I was
She
going to
doesn't
say.
send any. She doesn't spend anything extra.
If she does any advertisement for free dump day or anything, that would be that 302. Because it wouldn't be part of the
Right.
grant.
I'm just looking at, we've only spent 10%. So if she's advertising heavily, then she's spending the money from somewhere else, or grant money, or.
Recycling grants.
Yeah, there's other advertisement or costs in those grants. 212 was through the month of April, so there's nothing spent out of advertisement in April. Did you give that last year's?
302. She spent last year. She spent 28,1916.
2,000.
$2,800 last year in that line.
Was there?
I'm just curious why we only spent 212 this year and 28 last year. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, 2 more months, I don't know what.
Right.
She's got to ask him.
Maybe some stuff coming up.
I do know dump days coming up.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've already had dump days is what I'm getting at. She's only spent $212. That don't make sense. To me, I don't know.
What's your pleasure?
She, like I said, she doesn't spend it unless it's for a grant, in a grant somewhere. Allows for it. Most of it got cut out. That's why she didn't spend it.
$212. I mean, I know she's saying previously.
So you're saying cut it in half?
Previously, we spent $2,800 by the end of June.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, I can get a ledger to see the activity for last year so
I
far.
prefer to do that than to have to guess what's going on.
So we're leaving that alone then?
No. All right, the contracts with private agencies. We've spent nothing out of that this year so far, unless you've got a different. 315.
Cut that down.
Yeah, sure.
That we can cut in half.
What's the number?
315.
315.
Contract with private agencies,
Yeah, I'd say
10,000.
that could be a lot of different things, but
Nothing's been paid for
We're not,
this year.
we're not spending anything so far through April.
cut it in half.
Cut that to 5,000.
Sounds good.
212.
3.5. 5,000. Office equipment, we've spent $574 unless something's been spent in there.
Office equipment.
441 line.
Actually, we haven't spent anything.
Zero.
Transferred out,
Transferred out, that's right, 574 transferred out.
549.
That's
How
a
much?
pretty small department. so I wouldn't think they had a lot of-
Here it is.
Unless they're due for some new equipment.
I'd cut that to 1,000.
Hmm?
I'd cut that to 1,000.
So 441, the suggestion is to cut it to 1,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
Everybody else?
And I don't feel comfortable with that because, we don't know if there's a computer or something, some kind of equipment that they're budgeting for that they need. And if we start cutting it like that,
Well,
That
they
might-
budgeted for it last year and didn't use any of
They
it.
transferred money
Transferred
out
some
of it.
out.
They transferred it out to something else.
I mean, I'll go half with you if you want to go half.
Half and half,
I don't think you need the 25.
1250. Split the difference.
Okay.
Going once, going twice. Got any objection to 1250?
It's gonna have more than $250.
Okay, is everybody good with 1250?
yes,
441 reduces.
That's what Kenny wanted.
that's what he wanted anyway.
Yeah, he knew you.
Did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
gonna barter with him.
I don't see anything else on the page, you. Y'all good with that page?
Good with
All
that
right.
one.
Page 49.
There's that miscellaneous.
Oh, what's that for?
So that's 599.
They can use that for their office equipment.
Continuous.
Just want to point out the 911 fees. I just sat here and did the math. Currently, if we do save, it's going to be roughly about $940 that'll be coming back to general.
$940.
Yeah, just based on going through looking at the 911 fees. Not much.
Is that just in the general, or are you doing all
Judge,
of them? so
I
far?
did solid waste. What I
Okay.
got to here and I went back, started going backwards.
I have a question, 5217, 415, the diesel semi on the recycling. Do we have a diesel semi that we use? I thought somebody else picked that up.
They do, but we had a tractor, and I think it went in a contract. They could use it to move the trailers, if I remember correctly, to Meade County.
Yeah.
What mean I know the pickup truck.
We know we owe 02 by that one.
Huh?
Why this went down so much?
Also,
How much should we spend?
Anybody got anything?
The 002, 315,002, last year was budgeted 675. This year it's only 430. We know what that's about.
I based it on the activity we have.
And what we've,
this
Great.
cadet training, we don't know. It's a guess.
okay.
It's whatever they do.
Yeah, it's
Fort
an
Knox.
in and an out.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't make any money on that.
The 468, we've only used about 60% of that. I'm just wondering if we could knock that down to say $4,000.
We still got a few months.
What's April look like, Lisa?
April. That's kind of a
468.
recycling grant money. I don't know if that balances the grant money.
Oh, that's grant money?
Well, they have the recycling program.
Yeah.
Um,
Last year we spent $45.68.
Okay.
Say those are, that's.
Okay. We're underneath those.
Let's do it.
Right underneath it says recycling grant, waste tire grant.
I don't see anything else on that page, you? $50 is zeros. That's a good page. 51. Been a lot of discussion on this page on use of opioid funds on like line item 315, the VOA. Were you able to connect with Jenny on that, Lisa?
She answered only about the drug court. Didn't answer about that. I did send another one. I haven't been in there.
Her response to me on it was, that's a contract between her and the courts, but she ran it through fiscal court for transparency. And she said, she told me that we could cut it out, 60,000. So just need to figure out how to do it.
Right, but we have an actual contract.
I have an
with them
MOA.
Through 2029. I feel like it needs to be in the budget until that is rescinded. But that's what we do have a contract with them.
But can she, she's not responded on that one to you?
No, she did not. She didn't respond back to me. And it's still on my note tags.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still on there to get that question.
So if we get that clarified, and we can do that, that'll be an item to take out. Okay.
So we'll be adding the drug court for sure in these numbers.
The other block down there is the rapid response. And I know that's up in the air.
So, but we have to have a resolution to remove that currently, right? But, so we can have that done before the budget, which we've had, I know I personally have talked to Pat about it. I think there's too many issues with kind of how it's going currently. Probably needs to go back to committee, get reworked, and then come back to fiscal court to decide how we're going to move forward with it. So
That's why it's down in the contingency. That 113 is basically the 90,000 that's in the original resolution.
Mhm.
And what interest that portion of that phase goes toward that. So, I mean, it doesn't mean it be moved if y'all decide not to do it. That's why we put it down there to make sure that we didn't allocate it at the top.
So in other words, it doesn't have any effect on our general budget,
No.
transfers or anything. It can be handled.
So you can always put that savings for.
Right, it just won't be spent, it just continues being
Continue in
built.
the opioid fund.
We can figure that one out later after it goes through committee and stuff.
Oh man, we're almost there, but
Am I good with that?
Good with that.
52 is a blank. Clerks, we've already handled 53.
Taken care of.
Page 55. Anybody have any issues below the salary lines?
334, maintenance and repair of the building. is at 5,000. They've transferred 1,000 of it out and have not used any of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure that that still needs to be at 5,000 myself, unless that's just a placeholder for somewhere else.
Last year, we used $7,859.
Remodeling down there, moving offices around.
Well, if that was done last year, do we anticipate continuing to remodel or can that be decreased for this fiscal year, this coming up?
We transferred 1,000 out this year, so. And we've done the remodeling.
4,000 left.
Looks to me like it could be reduced to 2,500.
Seems like it could be.
Do what?
That's what I was thinking, 2,500.
Kenny?
Larry? All right, 334 reduced to 2,500.
The next question was 441, the office equipment. It's at 8,000. They transferred out 1,300 and have spent 3,000.
Excuse me, can we get back to the?
Oh, sorry.
Building again? There's tower buildings out there. I forgot about that. All of the cell tower buildings around 911 is responsible for that. A lot of that out of their budget. So that's what that 5,000.
5,000.
Is for that. Yeah.
That
But it still
doesn't
has
stack
been.
up to transferring some out and spending none.
Well, you have to be able to, all of this doesn't transfer between the general fund. It's all within E911. No outside.
Hmm.
That's restricted contingency, yeah, or anything. It's all within itself.
I think we'll still be all right with the 25.
I don't see any change in that. We just know what the
That's what they requested,
80 to 51, 45,
what they see.
336.
So what did you say, Fred, on 334? You said
keep it
leave
like it was.
Leave it at 5?
No, 2,500.
Okay.
That's what we said to reduce it because we just all we did. We got a clarification on what it was spent for.
So the office equipment was at 8,000 and Yates has got his finger in my way. We've spent 3,000 of that. I think that could go down to 5,000.
How much has been spent so far, Lisa? In April? No, you're dealing with March? No.
441.
Office supplies. Or office equipment, sorry. Not the custodial. They have the same number.
You're looking at 336, right? 336.
No.
No.
He's looking
No,
at
I didn't look at
441.
that one.
No.
No, I was looking at office equipment. I didn't notice the
441 office equipment. $8,000.
Okay.
This year, there's 45% of it this year.
36, Patsy. They have transferred stuff in to cover that.
Hmm.
So they're way over on that one.
$3,000 has been paid out since April, so nothing was paid out in April. But we've transferred out 1,368.
Yeah. I'd like to see it go to 5,000. Office equipment, 441.
441.
441.
Very bottom of the other one. 5.
I guess I want to explain something about the 911 budget, okay? We do the revenue, whatever that total is, and then his budget. Whatever is excess goes in the capital fund line. So whatever y'all reducing, it's gonna be
Still
inside
in there.
that line.
I understand.
Okay, so I just want y'all to be aware that it's not gonna lower his
No,
budget at all.
and it's not gonna lower our budget either, I understand.
No, it's not gonna go into the general at
Yeah, I
all. It's
understand.
just that lowering that doesn't mean that he can't pull it from that capital line and put it back into as needed, but that's where it'll go. That makes sense.
I think we're just kind of letting them know that we're watching their numbers and
So we're 80, 50, or 441, we want to cut it?
I don't know, nobody else has said.
441.
What was spent out of that?
Nothing was transferred 1,300.
No, they've spent 3,000
3,000?
Oh, I thought you said.
Yeah,
but
but
you said it was 13, okay.
and they transferred out 1,300,
Okay.
almost 13, almost 14.
So they spent 1,600 out of that line, I guess, right?
The actual claims was for $3,005.
They still have 300,
They have
3,626 left.
Correct. After transferring 1,368.
Cut it to 5?
That's what I said, but
All right, the suggestion is to cut that to 5. What's your thoughts on it? You okay?
I mean, it's,
Yeah, I mean, it's not
they are. I
going
mean, it's not gonna make any
It's not
difference.
gonna
I'll
make
tell
any
you,
difference.
if they don't spend it, it'll just go into
Yeah.
I mean,
the
They have
capital
to-
equipment
They
fund.
have to replace chairs on occasion,
I
and
mean,
it's
it's just-
$2,000 on one dispatch chair.
Yeah, one dispatch chair, 2,000.
Just, I guess if they don't spend it though, and that capital fund goes up, 911 fees and stuff are dictated by needs,
Mm.
and I know all this stuff's restricted, and I understand it's restricted, but we still have to make sure that we're watching our
That we
pennies, I
don't have to
guess.
increase the 911 fee.
Yeah, so I guess that's my point.
That's what you're trying to say.
What are we looking to reduce it to?
I'm
5.
just saying 5,000 is best point.
Makes sense to me.
Cut to
Okay.
5, yeah,
Okay.
good.
41. Page 56.
I say cut it in half, but everybody else argues, so.
What do you mean,
What are you talking about? What line?
445. 445, yeah, the whole page, cut it in half. 445, it's 12,000. They transferred out 3,500. Spent 5,000, leaves them a balance
$2,843.06.
2,800. But they transferred out 35, so.
The office supplies is not equipment or nothing, so.
They spent last year almost 7,900. 2,000 transferred out. This year through April, we're at 61. Some dollars or something.
I'll meet you. I was thinking 10, let's go 9.
So what's your suggestion?
Cut it to 9.
The rest of you thinking?
I'm thinking, if we cut it, I'd rather see it at 10 than 9, but if we cut it,
9,850.
I mean, it's still gonna be there.
9 or
underneath.
10?
I'll meet Patsy at 10. That's fine.
10.
10. Just 10.
10.
He's just being hard with Patsy.
No, hear him down there.
Anything else on that page?
I'd like to cut the refunds down a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
curious
the only
on 566, reimbursement. Now that they have a vehicle, that, I would think that would go way down.
No, they go to training and reimbursed for.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was thinking.
You got a training line down
Yeah.
below 75.
This is
But this is for
for
the
employee.
hotels, I guess.
Mhm.
No, but we were significantly over on refunds this year. So it'd be nice to get those down.
Okay, rest of it's utility. 57. Mostly utility.
The
584.
hardware refresh looks good, 707.
707.
Of course, they just had that
Oh,
last fiscal year. So this,
Yeah, but there's another one due in a couple of years. I
Yeah.
think it's in like 2 years.
584, the propane expenses, they spent $320. And we're not gonna need, wouldn't think we would unless generator goes down. Seems.
That's what they're there for. That's what it's there for. Yeah, it's for an emergency.
so the towers.
That's for more than one tower.
Yeah.
last year. Yeah, quite a bit of time.
707, we
What's
didn't
that?
use any of it.
Last year, we were going to.
Time the food go get here tomorrow.
Dinner time.
That's what happened to me.
I got a protein bar, but it'll cost you.
58.
I got half of it already, so don't be giving me.
Everybody good on 58?
Yeah, I think it's.
That 741 is the one that will be increased by all the stuff that we just reduced.
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
The 741, the capital equipment fund, everything you just reduced will be added to that line.
That.
the balance.
Okay, thank you.
Industrial tax page.
Had one question. Computer software. There a payment coming up due on that?
Yeah, it won't be until it's the same, I pay at the same time because it's part of the same group as the financial or finance department. So it gets paid last part of May, first part of June of every year.
And then 315-001, the private agencies. What's PRV? Is that just private again, or?
Yes.
Pot repair valve.
Pothole repair valve.
You said the PRV just means private again?
That means previous.
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 So that's the previous money,
Oh,
like the.
50,000?
Yeah, so the judge will speak on it.
Yeah, it's, so that's a combination of 3 items to prepare for a building at for the emergency service building in Glendale. So 30,000, conceptual design study, 10,000 estimated for geotechnical exploration, and 10,000 for topographic and utility survey. These are all things that we got an estimate on from Brandsetter Carroll Incorporated, company that does this all the time with these types of buildings. And so this was the recommendation to prepare and to have all this stuff ready for whenever we decide to put a building out there. And it also helps whenever you're going after maybe some more money. As you all know, we got $6.5 million set aside It's going to cost more than that for that building. So, we're going to have to figure that out at some point. But this will help us to provide a lot more information and say we're ready to build. We just need to figure out how to fund it. So that's what the 50,000 would be for next year, is to do all that.
And it's coming out of the old ordinance, the one that is just the ordinance
Just
number
for the
one,
Glendale
that was the
area.
Glendale, that has the 700-some-thousand that's been there for.
I mean, I'm using the old money. That makes sense if that's the direction we're going. But I just,
Put the cart before the horse again.
it's 500. I think it's $500 or $550 a square foot to build emergency service building. That's, I mean, just. I know you're just talking about the design aspect of it, but I mean, I think we're starting to paint a picture of how expensive this fire and everything else is going to be. So,
I mean, the building itself, I mean, what we asked for was 13 million. That was including fire equipment and everything.
I know, but once you build it, then obviously that means you're going to have to build it, or it's just going to be sitting there. Which, again, I think if we're going down that route, like you asked the question a second ago, means how are we going to fund it? How are we going to pay for it? And I think until we figure that out,
We don't need.
We've got $6.5 million set aside that will become available next July. Okay, not this coming July, but next 27. So, I mean, this is the direction that we're headed, and this just helps us to, if nothing else, to help us get more money by showing that we are ready to build. Okay, as soon as we can figure out how to fund it, the rest of it, of the funding. So it's just really trying to get ready for what's going to happen at some point.
It's also for a scalable building, because the big plan with the 13 million was helicopter pad, ambulance bays, emergency management. The idea is to at least get the firehouse and an ambulance, and these engineers thought anywhere between 6 to 8 you can do that. So it's just
So there's
progress to find out.
I think my position is we cut this out until we identify funding and what we're gonna do with emergency
We have
services.
6.5
until you
already.
get this done and get all the studies and get the exact amounts, put it in phases, you don't know.
So you're saying we're gonna build a building and just let it sit there?
What do you mean?
I think what they're saying is if we don't know how we're going to pay for the people to be inside of it, why would we start the direction of building?
Well, we're going to have to figure all that out.
Well, and that's, once we figure that out, then we can do all these steps.
These are steps ahead. If we're going to use this $6.5 million, we need to spend $50,000 to help us to get the rest of the money. Okay. This is stuff that will not be wasted. $50,000 won't be wasted money.
These people also estimate to go through all the whole construction, so they can give you prices of design build, in other words. So if you don't start and get this, how are you going to know how to spend the 6.5? Can you get the 6.5? What do you do? I don't know.
To me,
And
it's just.
we're still working on the rest of it.
That $6.5 million is tease money as far as I'm concerned, because once we get that money in, then it says to the state, we're going to go forward with this. How many millions of dollars is it going to cost to do this? That's what I have never seen anybody present anything on what the total cost is going to be to the taxpayers, because we're going to have to fund it with taxes.
The study,
I know what the study said.
It said it's millions of dollars that it was going to cost to fund a full-time fire.
It was like $1 million a year.
Okay, so that's going to be adding $1 million a year to this.
That's
thing.
after you get several $7 million worth of trucks and stuff in there.
That's after the equipment. That's that's
How much the
wages,
building's going to
basically.
cost? How much is all the equipment going to cost? And do we even want to do it? I mean, how did our commitment to all the things we did down there with Bosque, how'd that work out for us? So, and then when we tried to talk with them about our occupational tax, we got nowhere with them. We got nothing, no consideration. So I don't even know if we even have decided we're going to do it. The first thing we're going to have to do is figure out how we're going to pay for it. Now, I want to know that before I spend another nickel, personally.
We have got, how much money do we have in the pilot money right now? How much we have? 7 million, 8 million? Okay, somewhere along in there. I mean, we have the money right now to build the building and to get the fire equipment. The money is there. It's available. So, you know, we can talk all day about that we don't know how we're going to spend it or how we're going to do it.
But every year,
This is 50,000 to get started.
but every year, our budget increases. I don't think our budget's ever gone down. But, you know, our current employees typically inspect cost of living or step and grade, right? That's going to continue to grow.
Right.
Our revenues do not grow at the same rate that our expenditures do. That's why it's not truly a balanced budget. Then
It is a balanced budget, but go ahead.
we balance on money that's not fiscally going to be here every year for the remainder. But the point that I've been trying to make is, if you're wanting to go through with this whole concept, and again, I personally am not against maybe having the design or something part of that, but it's never been presented from you or anybody else of how we're actually going to fund this moving forward. We already have to increase our budget for the extra ambulance down there. That was roughly $500,000 down in White Mills, right? So we're going to keep adding another station. Well, that's at least $500,000. It's, I think, based on the study, it's like 1.5 just to house 3 full-time firefighters.
Did you say half of them?
No, 1.5. It's in the study wherever.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it.
Right there, but I mean, you start adding that to our budget. Again, it's you're going to eat up funds that you're talking about. Is whether you deem it, Fred deems it, whoever deems that money to be reoccurring for life, it's going to go by real quick, especially when we start giving raises and you start adding COLA and everything else that we have to.
The thing that's changed, recently changed, okay, is that emergency service building in Glendale. Okay, we got the land, we've got utilities that will be there by the end of the year to that piece of property.
Who's paying for the utilities?
Is ARPA money that went to Water District 2, and they're working on it now, so it'll be before the end of the year, pretty soon, the next several months, I think. So, piece of property is there, it's ready, and then, but the vision, it was basically a vision up until this legislative session where we get $6.5 million set aside for this building in Glendale. Okay, it was out there as something that we were asking for. We asked a lot of stuff, jail being the being the biggest thing, and we didn't get anything out of that. But this is something that we did get. $6.5 million is nothing to sneeze at, right? And this goes a long way to help us move in the direction that the study and, just kind of common sense says we need to move in this direction as a county to provide fire service to.
What about entrances to the road in front? Like, it's middle of the. Go ahead.
You mean to get to the pad?
No, not even. No, the actual building. You've got to go through the main entrance to.
No, you just pull in and you take a left before you get to their.
Yeah, that entrance. So if there's people blocking it, like, has that been discussed? Has that been looked at? Like, it's shift change, and there's hundreds of people leaving, potentially, several hundred people.
Right.
What kind of stuff does that look like? Or is there not direct access to the road in front?
No,
instead
there
of coming.
No. We have to get off on the side.
And I could see issues for getting it, and if it's an EMS building for now, sure, we're already paying a lease right down the road. That makes sense, but
I think some of those questions will start to be answered as we start to do more studies with this type of money, $50,000. But I can't see. This was to put out there as a budget. I mean, we obviously aren't going to spend it without a contract, right? I mean, if you guys decide, hey, we don't want to, we need more information, or we, don't feel like we're ready to spend the $50,000, then it won't be spent.
I personally, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, it's the fire side is what concerns me right now. Is the full cost of what that will look like is having a full-time fire.
Right.
Now, having a building that is EMS or something, I could see we currently have the staff for that. You know, that might be a little different. You know,
You know, the thing I don't understand is we talk about a building in Glendale. This was never a topic of conversation until Blue Oval came along. This EMS was part of what this was talked about. So what's the purpose of this building? Really? I mean, when you get down to it, it's all in this one big packages, when Blue Oval came to town. And so, you know, there's other things that we can do as far as fire service. We talked about it earlier when we talked about the position, maybe working with our cities. I just think we're getting the cart before the horse here, and I am committed. I'll die on that hill until somebody shows me how much it's going to cost and how we're going to pay for it before I move forward.
It's hard to give an exact cost until you have gone through the study and you come up with the conceptual design, and then you can put out for some estimates with that. Right now, we don't have a drawing of the building. We don't have, we don't really have it pulled together enough to even get a solid estimate. I mean, we know basically how much square foot, and we get this type of building costs basically in the realm of $6.5, $7, $8 million.
I guess big picture, if you put a concept drawing out there, like this is what it's going to look like, it insinuates to everybody in that area or whoever, hey, we're doing this. Like I think what Fred's probably trying to say is, why can't we figure out how we're going to pay for it before we even put the concept of this is what we want to do?
We don't have the revenue to pay for it, so we're going to have to generate revenue somewhere. Where are we going to generate the revenue?
We've got the money out there sitting right now in reserves.
To build a building, but not to staff
Operate it.
Oh yeah, there's still money in there left after that.
I guess the question is, for me, is what taxing mechanism we're going to use to sustain it, because it's got to be sustainable. What will that tax look like? How high will that tax be? How much will it generate? All those questions are answers, or we need those answers before we can move forward. We do not have those answers. And we're talking about putting fire coordinators, 50,000 here. We've did studies. I don't want to do any more until we get serious about how we're going to fund it. And if we're not serious about funding it, then there's no sense of doing any of this other stuff. We can talk about using the $8 million pilot and all that and build a building, but then we got a nice shiny building with nobody in it. We got to pay for the people in it and be able to pay year after year. And until we know how to do that, I don't want to move forward with any of it. Those are the discussions that we should be having, is how we're going to pay for stuff before we go do stuff.
This is just the beginning of it, to put it in the budget in case we want to do it. Okay? I think we should, but we may not if we can't get some of your answers. Okay, so
I'm in favor of cutting it.
I believe you do need a design, because you're talking about it's going to cost $6 million or $8 million. It may be $13 million. You know, until you get a design, how do you know how much money you need to build it? I agree. We don't need to build it until we can staff it, but we need to start from something. I mean, we're guessing it's, whatever we're guessing at, $8 million. We've got the boss pilot money. The state's giving us $6.5 million to build a building there. To me, we need something to decide, what it's going to look like and how much is, a better cost estimate.
Federal government gave Blue Oval a bunch of billions too, and they got Kentucky 1 and Kentucky 2. Kentucky 2 is empty, nothing in it, nothing's going on. So a lot of money spent, nothing going on. And until the citizens of this community understands where we're going with this, and until somebody tells me what the special taxing district or the insurance premium tax looks like, how much money it's going to generate, who it's going to come from, incorporated or the whole county, there's a lot of hoops to jump through before we get there. And I want to be honest with everybody going through this process. What we're talking about is not $50,000. We're talking about millions of dollars that we got to have to come up with revenue. And I have, like I said, Until we come up with that, I'm for not moving forward on anything.
I don't think anybody's saying no
No.
to it.
No, it's,
We're saying no to this until we know how to move forward, how we're gonna fund it and sustain it. I mean, so it's not that we're not for expanding emergency services. I mean,
I do agree, we have the funds there to build a building.
yeah, that's,
It's the operation that is my concern moving forward.
Well, you got to put equipment in the building
Well,
too. A fire
yeah.
truck, how much does a fire truck cost you?
Over $1 million.
That's
probably
all.
about 1.4,
That's all in the
1.5.
$13 million. So, I mean, it's, the building's not $13 million.
No.
Okay, so that's a combination of all the fire equipment and other equipment and everything to do with the structure and getting all that done. Thankfully, we already have the land. We don't have any expense there. So, anyway, I mean, I think it's a mistake not to move at least and get this much investment into it. The state has done a pretty significant thing in providing us $6.5 million that will show up in July of 2027. I think $50,000 investment next to $6.5 million is reasonable to move forward with it. At least get it in the budget, and we can talk about it, how to do it or when to do it in upcoming months. That's all I'm asking.
What's your pleasure? I've said my piece.
I've said my piece.
No.
I feel like if we put it in the budget and we move forward with the 50,000, that we're basically saying we're going to come up with the money somehow, which magically, which to me says taxes. And I'm not ready to move forward with it
So you're gonna
at this
turn down
point.
6.5 million.
But the 6.5 million is going to cost us in the long
We have a
run
year to get
for,
get the rest, and
So then we need to get serious about getting some numbers to us. If
well,
part of this,
if we figure out a
need this
way
to go and let us know.
you don't need this to tell us what tax.
Figure out a way to
mechanism we
pay
need
for
use
it.
Say that.
No, I think the
So
confusion you're
it's-
saying is the cost of the building and stuff like that. They're
We
saying
need
the cost
concrete.
of
Substantial.
funding
Yeah.
the employees and everything.
We could,
I mean,
It's a starting
I
place.
agree with Kenny. Like, if we're moving forward, I do agree. You have to have a concept. But again, I've been saying that I think we have to have the end result as far as how we're going to pay for everything. And the 6.5 comes with strings, which is staffing
Exactly.
it. And I'm not against that. I am not against expanding our emergency services by any means. If they put in there like, hey, you have to have fire service, then right now we have to figure that out. But if we're allowed to at least use it for EMS, now that's a different discussion. Because I mean, we have different stations that we've been looking at trying to work on our times. There's different things I still think we could maybe utilize it for, with the hopes that it grows into something else. Maybe there's a different avenue we look at with that. But why can't we treat this the way we did with the EMS equipment? Take it out for now. Like when you come in and actually say, like, we just discuss a little bit more, either emergency services or something, we can always put it back in next year, beginning of the year.
Has anyone even discussed how we would approach a special taxing district? Are we going to do it from a fiscal court standpoint? Are you going to allow a petition? I mean, how have we even gone that far?
there's a couple of years here that we can't even begin to build a building at the very earliest until $6.5 million shows up from the state. Okay. So it's gone from vision to a project now. So this is, that's where we're at. And so now, in 2 years, if you could build it in a year, so we're talking 2 years minimum that we have to have staffing. And where's that money going to come from? Well, things can change in the next 2 years. I mean, I'm still hopeful, and I'm going to be putting everything I've got into trying to get something done with the jail. Okay, that's not a done deal. It's done this year, but it's not done for next year. And if we can even get $2 million taken out of our budget for the jail, or even $3 million, there's funding right there for staffing. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be another tax to do this.
Use the word if, Judge. If is not a strategy. I want to know how much it's going to be, what percent of tax it's going to be, if there's going to be a tax that it would take to fund this project. Not the project, but to the longevity of it. Even if we get the funds to build it, I just need to know how much it's going to cost us to fund it throughout and how we're going to pay for it. That's all I'm asking. And if you can come up with that, and when the people are good with that, and everybody's good with that, then we can move forward on these things. But
okay,
we can
pull the money out with a budget amendment if we need to, I suppose, to make this happen next year. I would just prefer to have it in the budget, so I have to talk about it again through a budget game.
I guess another clarification. It was kind of a surprise. It was a surprise to me that we were even getting 6.5. I didn't know that was a request. And I think
so. We haven't talked about this building in the last 3 years.
No, we've talked about it, but we've never talked about funding anything in regards to it. But just bringing out and saying, "Hey, oh yeah, they gave us."
When you're asking for something like this, this was, let's just call it, we asked for 13 million. Okay.
I didn't even know you asked, and I know.
Well, it was in a whole big list of things that we're asking our legislature. This was one of the things in the list, and it came through. Okay, so it's something that we need, and it's something in the future, and it was let's just say a very pleasant surprise. Would be, not saying enough about it. It's a very exciting surprise.
We got an email request from Matt Deneen's office. It was during the heat of all the budget battles, and I had to go online and under certain things that we wanted, what was our request, go online, let them know what we wanted. I had 2 days to do it in 100 words and a dollar amount. And that's when I put in the 13 million and attached what we had there, which was also the first year hiring people, salaries, everything. And he was disappointed that he didn't get the whole 13. But that's how fast this happened. I also had a bunch to Brett Guthrie's office. I don't know if you want that. I had a bunch of other ones that we all sent out at the last minute of all of our wish lists that Keith had come up with earlier with all the department heads on what could we use. And, there were ambulances. I tried for a fire truck because that was one of the grant things. So we tried. May still get some of this other stuff.
We're against going for money, but if we just throw something out there, and again, I don't want to be far fetched because I don't want to. But if we weren't even aware of, and then all of a sudden we're now being asked to make a decision on a budget that is going to impact every single citizen, no matter how you slice the pie, for longevity moving forward, because you made an ask, it now affects how we have to make a decision, and that's the position that I'm not frustrated that you made the request, like that's not it, but there's no solution for taking care of it. It's like buying a puppy, right? It's so exciting. You're going to get a puppy for your family, but then how are you going to pay for the puppy? How are you going to pay for the pet, the vet bills as it comes along? And I know you don't want to compare the two, but it's a concept. If you're not prepared to take care of it and you don't have the time for it, you don't have the money for it, why are we that far ahead? Why can't we figure out how we're going to take care of it first?
Well, it sounds to me like we need to talk about this in committee. We need the information, and we need the transparency and the knowledge to know what you guys know and we don't. And this has a little bit further to go before I'm ready to commit to.
I think we did
to
talk about it.
investing any.
I've been transparent
We're not-
all along. I don't like the idea that there's been a lack of transparency in this building. We voted to get that piece of property out there. This has been a 3.5 year long process. Okay. Now, this got stepped up. We just
Well,
got,
that's what I'm talking
This just
about,
got
the
stepped
step-up process.
Okay.
This is all new information, the step-up process. I'm not talking about, yeah, we've talked about it, but there's a lot of things that have happened recently that we need to be made aware of, because you've just shared a lot of it with us right now for the first time. And that's what I'm saying, it needs to go into committee, and we need to talk about how we're gonna pay for this.
When I looked at this line item, it said industrial tax contracts with private agencies. I didn't know what that was.
No.
I had to go ask, and then I found out it was for the building. So that's the whole point. We need the whole plan laid out to where we can understand the funding as well as,
I wanna know how it's gonna affect the taxpayers before I move on it.
am I hearing from everybody, same thing, to take this out of the budget and bring it to committee and start getting a plan together as to what the whole thing's gonna look like? And do it at warp speed, because
Yes.
we've got a timeline to deal with.
Mhm.
Is that what I'm hearing? I need some responses from people.
I think that,
Yeah. That's what I just said.
my mind is changing, I've been told you.
Yeah,
I don't
you know, I think I'm kind of going along here with Kenny. Before we can get all the answers you all are wanting, don't we have to spend some money for an architect and some drawings, or we got to start somewhere?
Not on the funding part, Larry. We're talking about the funding part.
Operational.
Operational costs, like annual budget, what we're doing today. In the future, if we have the building, we have the fire trucks, we have the crews, and we have everything that's in place, how do we pay for it? And what it's going to do to this budget? And you said one time before, you'd never vote for another budget unless, or any tax increase unless we had a balanced budget. So we want to make sure we can balance the budget.
I'm still with that. You know, I don't know, maybe I don't understand how you're gonna get to where you all wanna be without spending some money to find out.
that's all this is. It's just, but
That's my question. I mean, you all disagreeing on the spending the 50,000 to find out?
We're talking about not spending any money, from what most of us have said, until we find out how we're going to pay for whatever we end up with.
How are you gonna find out how to pay for it if you don't know what you're looking for?
Larry, I may be wrong, but the way I see this, it'd be great if we could move ahead with the building, but building a building that's gonna sit there like half
I'm
of
not saying
the
that.
level empty. We don't need to do that until we know how we're gonna sustain those programs that are gonna come out of that building. We've not done that groundwork yet, so maybe we don't need to move ahead with the building until we have some of the groundwork
I'm not
done.
saying move ahead with the building either, but what I'm hearing you all saying, you all just wanna sit here and sit here and sit here and sit here without knowing what kind of money we're looking at, or what kind of figures we're looking at, or anything.
That's what we're asking for, are the figures.
How
Right.
you gonna get that if you don't start somewhere?
We're talking about the funding figures, Larry, not the building
Well,
figures.
I know, but.
We're talking about the people, not the building.
This move is a commitment to huge expenditures on an ongoing basis that we don't have a mechanism to fund right now. I'm not ready to go that way.
And I don't feel that that's what this is. This is for design or concept.
Yeah, that's
We're
what
not-
I'm-
Well, see, why are we designing a building that we don't have anything to support the work that's gonna come out of that building?
If we can't afford it in the future, why are we going to
Why
spend?
you spend the money, why would you spend the money on it?
Is what my.
It's like building a school with no teachers.
And no ability to
We're
pay
not
for the
building-
teachers.
We're not building the building. We're only getting the concept or design and an estimate to see what
I
it
understand.
costs.
And I said I'm okay with that.
Nobody's against that. We're just
No.
saying, all we're asking is, tell us how you're going to pay for it. That's all we want to know. How we're going to pay for it.
How you gonna pay for the teachers before you go to school?
If I had $50,000 that I was just laying around here, because of my commitment to what I believe may be best for our county, we need a higher level of emergency services. We need to get there. If I thought this would get us there efficiently and have us with a system that would be set in place to provide for the ongoing expenditures that'll be required by it, I'd move that direction. I don't see this getting us there yet. So I don't want to commit to spend that $50,000 and see it blown into the wind.
We don't have all of our answers.
So I guess my question is, as the vision, you're talking about the vision, y'all had a vision for it. Is it gonna be, the county vision, like Team Hardin vision, like something that we're all, because right now, we haven't really had a say in.
Study, it's not like this is all new information all of a sudden.
No, it's not that it's new information, but the information in there strictly says that you're gonna have to change how you fund it. And that's, again, back to this whole conversation, how are we gonna fund it? If you can tell us, regardless, yes, I do think this would be the right way, create an art, get the drawings and go forward. And I'm not against not trying to get the money. But again, even if you did this, we gotta fund what's in it.
I think that's what we're all saying.
So what I hear from everybody is to take the 50,000 out of this budget and get a plan in place before we move forward. Is that what I'm hearing from everybody?
That's what I'm
Except
saying.
for a couple of you.
I don't want anybody to leave in this meeting saying that
That's
we're
what I'm
against
saying.
of our emergency services. That's not it. We just want to make sure that what we do it right and we can fund it.
That's right.
This is a vision far beyond a building. It's a service, which will be an ongoing expense. And that vision needs to be practically applied with numbers and where funds are going to come from.
How many firefighters do you plan on putting in there right now?
We looked at a couple different options there.
Okay, so how much is gonna cost for those firefighters?
Last estimate I got was $1 million a year for wages.
But you don't know how many firefighters, so how do we know how much that costs? That's the
I don't
vision.
remember what was in that. I just remember the $1 million.
So if-
I'd have to go look back and go
If you can
look
tell
at
us
it.
that aspect, we
Yeah.
can come together.
At least a starting place. That's what it was.
Fiscal court and come up with what that would look like.
Yeah.
And then whatever you propose that we pay for it, that's what we're asking. It's not that we're not trying to do it, because I would probably venture to say every single one of us is in favor of, supporting.
No doubt. It's, yeah. I think we all agree that it would be grand. It would be great. We just don't know how we're going to do it.
Okay, so all right, consensus is remove that from the budget and we're going to get to work on it in Emergency Services Committee. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. I don't see anything else on that page. Does anybody else?
And I'm assuming the refunds have gone down because it's kind of traipsed back to more normal.
We just can't project what the refunds are gonna be. So, if something comes in large, we have time to, if we have to do a budget amendment, we can, because we're kind of in control of that payout.
I have one that I know of that would equal that. So if it comes to it.
Was it adequate, or do you?
I just thinking, is that enough?
I feel like that in the future, it'll be a budget amendment that takes
So
place.
just leave it as it is. Okay.
Are we good on that page?
Legal fees, back to the 332-001. It's 5,000 for legal fees.
We've been paying out legal fees. That's why it's.
That's from the previous.
What's this year.
Industrial tax.
Gotcha.
We good? Last page. Nothing there. We get down to addressing the budget request for grade changes and salary increase. Yep, the food's here. You want to take a short break? Everybody get their food and get it down so we can talk. It's 2:03. Let's, at 2:18, 15 minutes.
Sounds good. You get a phone call?
Stanford or something.
What are we looking at next?
Oh,
These proposed
okay.
So what's your response to the request?
1%,
Pardon me?
1% and stuff.
1% COLA and a step. What's everybody else's thinking?
Is that what we're talking about first, just the COLA and the
Mhm.
steps?
Are you saying one step across the board or just one step for this discussion? Is that,
One step across the board and 1% COLA. We'll talk about grades. I mean,
The individual stuff in a minute?
okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's,
You're talking about reducing from 2% to 1%, is that what you're
Right.
saying? Just want to point something out, okay, if I may. Some new information. That we have it may be our health and insurance contributions by our employees. And Lucy, you correct me if I'm wrong here. I can summarize it by saying that every single one of our employees are going to lose 1% of their pay to this health insurance contribution. And there's some employees, I believe there's that will lose 2%. Hazardous tier 1 employees, it's maybe 13 employees that will lose 2% of their pay. All right, so are you going to pass that out then?
yes.
Okay, so you'll see what I'm talking about here. So we had heard that this was in the works, and it's one of the reasons that I went with 2% COLA. Because at the end of the day, to summarize, 1% of that COLA is really not a cost of living increase. It's to put back their salaries back to where they're starting at, even, right? So that's what I wanted to make sure that you all understood what's going on with the pay for our employees. So really, in essence, when I'm saying 2% COLA, they're really just getting 1%. And even there's 13 employees that are getting 0% increase in their pay.
I'll get a step, right?
I was getting ready to say, as far as the COLA goes, yeah, everybody's going to get their step, right? As they typically do, and that's more of a merit increase. It's not a huge amount of money, but it helps. So just to try to stay up with inflation, another 1% on top of that, in essence, a net 1%. That's really what's going on here. So I don't think it's being excessive whenever you've got an inflation year of 2.7% or something like that. That to give them this 2%, which in essence nets out at 1%. Anybody have any questions about that? Did I say that right, Lisa? Okay.
That's money that's going to go into their retirement account, right?
No, the health insurance you never get. It's paying for post-retirement health insurance. If you retire out of the system, you'll get it, but you won't
Yeah.
get this 1%. It doesn't accumulate like the 5%.
No. I'm just saying, though, it's not money they're going to lose if they retire from the state government pension plan. It's the money they're just they've increased the liability to the employee toward the retirement plan, correct?
It's
For the health insurance portion.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
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 But
in essence, though, Fred, this is money out of their pocket.
yeah,
right
I
now.
understand, but
Okay.
it's not money that's going to be lost in the end result.
It depends on when they get their pension.
That's, yeah. It's part of coming to work for county government too. I mean, we have a pension plan, and I think the state shifted the burden to the employees to help their situation in this case. But anyway,
Shafted us again.
Yeah, it really is another cost.
Lisa, do you know how much 1% saves the county? We changed from
110.
2 to 1.
It's $200,000 right at that.
Per percent?
Kind of depends
Per
on.
percent.
Yeah, 110,000 per percent. 110.
No. It's
Per-
200, it's 200,000 per 1%.
I was 110. What? We calculated that this week somewhere. You gave me a figure. Let's see, where is it?
Blame it, Kenny. I thought you'd eat off of it.
200.
200%. So 2%, we're talking about $400,000 increase in expenses, wage expenses.
Okay, that's
not that.
no, it's not it. That's not it. Okay, all right.
I think, again, we're all the time fighting against other competitors for good employees, and we can spend a whole lot of time, and we do spend a whole lot of time in training new employees. Turnover rates are hard to handle. If at the end of the day we're not keeping up at least with inflation, it's not good. It's not good for our services. It's not good for our people. It's not good for our citizens. Okay, that's about as simple as I can put it.
So if I could add something, we were all excited in December when we got the notification from retirement that our contribution rates as the employer went down. So basically what the current rate is for non-haz is 18.62 and hazardous is 35.73. And the rate changed to non-haz at 17.43 and hazardous 34.72. So basically it's one or a little over 1% that we have in our budget as a savings. Just wanted to kind of point that out.
Yeah, I forgot about
Wasn't
that.
it like about 165,
$164,959.
Yeah. So we got a break on one side, that's coming in, and one way to look at it is we take, 100,000 of that and put back into our employees because of their 1% that's coming out of their pocket.
So that's both sides of the equation. First thing I heard was 1% and a step.
To be honest with you, with the budget being tight, I was at step only till I learned about this, and then that's when I come to step plus 1% to help offset that. So I'd already taken that into account with my.
Step one. Step and 1% is where I'm at.
I'm torn. I'm at step one, solid, but if there's any way at all that we could do the 2% COLA, I would be good with that. But, I just want to, I guess, play off what Judge Taul said. We have great employees. We all know that. They wouldn't be here if they weren't, and they do a good job. And I know that the stepping grade is something that they were pretty much not promised, but something they could count on, so to speak, that they would get that every year. I look at the COLA as what it is, cost of living, and everything has just gone up so tremendously. We all know that, and I know it's hard, and it's hard for these young families. And I come back and I think about the average family and what they struggle with, putting food on the table, caring for their children, that kind of thing. And that is where I am torn, because I think about that family and those employees, which we have a pretty good percentage of across the board, what you would consider average type salaries here at county government. They're not all department heads, they're not all supervisors, but they're all working just as hard, and they're all coming to work and showing loyalty and dedication. And I would think about what is it going to cost us if we have to retrain and rehire folks in those positions, because the ones that we have that have been loyal and dedicated for so long maybe take another position someplace else out of need, out of necessity, not because they want to leave. So that brings me back to the step-in grade and the 2% COLA. I've got a feeling sitting here right now that I'm in a minority, but I just have to say that I'm always going to champion for the employee who obviously wouldn't be here if they were not capable and knowledgeable and experienced. So I trust that their supervisors know they have a good employee and try to keep them here. And I will do my best to compensate them for what they're worth. And I'm leaning towards the step-in grade and the 2% COLA.
Step-in grade and 1%.
I think we need to take care of our employees, so I'm gonna stick with the 2%.
I want to remind everybody look at this chart that was in the presentation. That's the salary increases over the years, and I'm 100% behind the employees, but we also have to be mindful of why we're here today. It's the budget discussion. So I just want to point that out. This continued growth.
We've got to pay cost of inflation prices too.
I get it.
It's the hardest part of the budget, right?
It's hard. It is. It's very difficult. It is.
You're going to see an increase in a time of inflation that we've been in. Okay. So
So that means we're going to get a hit twice then. If the inflation hits us on the operational expenses and hits us on the salary too, if you're going to try to address both of them.
Yeah.
And so if you keep increasing it up here and not increasing it sufficiently here, it just keeps growing here, and they're going to reach a point in time where we can't do anything for anybody except maybe look at jobs, look at positions. So
I think that's extrapolating to a point. And we
Well,
talked about it last year.
that's
looking
just
out 10,
that's my
20 years
position.
from
I mean, that's just the way I look at it, Judge. I mean, I'm not trying to.
I mean, it's just, I wouldn't ask for it if I didn't think that this wasn't required really to continue to manage these services. We got to have good people, and we have enough problems now, and then now it's a 2.7% inflation. We all know it. I mean, we go pay. What are we paying for gas right now? What are we paying for food, just compared to a year ago? So these are people that are not getting paid six figures. They're struggling to put food on the table, and to continue to say that our budget, we got to tighten it up. I gave you a balanced budget. Okay. Yes, it used the hospital payout money. That is revenue. It's $2.7 million a year. It's $2.7 million a year, and we are using $2 million of that to make.
We haven't decided on that yet, Judge. That's part of the budget.
I'm just saying this. That's how I came about that, and that budget included this 2% COLA in there. It included that. It included the step. It included all the things that we're getting ready to talk about, and still had $700,000 left over to go into the reserve. A reserve that is increasing a lot every year. At what point do you have too much reserve and you're cutting the legs out from underneath you because you're not considering the fact that you've got a large reserve out there? And I don't understand why we're having to cut $150 here and there whenever this is the meat right here. Okay. This is where we should be spending the time talking, because this has the biggest impact on how we go forward with our services.
But didn't you just say that we were saving 1% from
Yes,
reduction?
yes, well, more than 1%.
Well, I'm just,
Well, no, 1%, what do we say?
Hazard side is 1%, there's 1.19 non-haz.
Okay.
so I don't understand why if we're saving that, we can't give the employees what
Well, that's kind of the argument. Why can't we do
what they
that
deserve.
and then go ahead and give them the 1% on top of that? Why are we not considering just going with this recommendation? What's keeping us from doing this?
I think what's keeping us from doing it is that some of us had a different opinion maybe as to what the increase should be this year. Historically, you go back before, employees didn't have health insurance, they didn't have a lot of things that's been added. And that's one reason this thing is continuing to go up, our budget. But there's a lot of things that employees didn't have in the past that they have now. And so we just keep adding to it. At some point in time, we can't meet our promises. I wished I could go in here and wave a magic wand and we could come up with the money to do it too. But, we have a total different idea as to the use of funds that's available and how, and what its purpose is and how long it's going to last. So when you're talking about how you're using, you don't balance a budget if you're not just taking the revenue that's generated to pay for the services that they cover. If you're having to borrow from the bank over here or something else, that's not a balanced budget. That's just, the balanced budget is staying within your means.
I agree with that
And
statement.
so if county government is going to have to stay within its means. And I look at some of these salary lines and we look at them on the baseline and it may look low, $16, $18 an hour. But then when you start putting overtime in there and hazardous duty on top of it, you look over and you got a $70,000 or $80,000 employee. So it cuts both ways here. You can't just say, look at the bottom line until you start looking at the different departments and how it works out. So far I'm hearing, I think you were
1%.
making a decision.
Call.
1% in COLA and STEP. So
Okay.
it sounds like the
Sounds like
consensus.
some people had their minds made up for even without this information right here.
And that's new information you got when, Judge? You said it's new information you want to share with us.
Yes. Yep, here it
Did you
is.
have that before you did your budget? Well, if you didn't have that before you did your budget, how'd you
I
put the
heard
2%
that
in?
it was out there, but I didn't have, I actually have these actual numbers to back it up. So I put it in there thinking that something like this was going to happen.
I want to make it clear that I knew about this. I knew about these numbers.
Oh, well, very good.
And I studied this front to back.
Okay.
So I have made a decision based on what I have studied. Okay? So yes, my mind was made up when I come in here because I did my homework. I always do my homework. So I want to make that clear. And I knew every bit of this information. So I just want to make sure you know that and everybody else knows that.
So even with that information, you're still thinking that basically for most, everybody except for 13 of our employees who will actually end up with taking a step back in their wages, that you're still okay with that. Whenever we have a $700,000 with the budget that I presented, $700,000 increase in our reserve at the end of that budget. Even with all of that, you're still not wanting to provide another 1% COLA. I just don't understand the reasoning behind it.
It's 13. Typically.
They
It
are
doesn't matter now.
tier 1 hazardous.
No, yeah, besides that, like, are they EMS?
Sure.
They're all our
Other
safety
jail or
employees.
EMS, or the hazardous would be the jail and EMS, the non-haz would be throughout.
He's the 13 that he's referring to.
It's the higher date, 2006 to 2013.
And it's a mixture of EMS and jail.
Probably between jail and EMS. That's our hazardous.
So I'm hearing,
And they were 0, now they're going to 2%.
the consensus is 1% and step.
Yep.
I think there were 3 positions that had pretty much been discussed in Magistrate Whitehead's committee.
Extensively.
Right. There was animal control from a 14 to 16, deputy director of emergency management 16 to 17, and code enforcement 12 to 13. Am I correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think the consensus was, if I recall correctly, that that was a go. Did anyone change their mind or have a different approach to that?
I'm good with it.
Speak up.
Can you repeat your list of the ones that we were gonna reclassify?
Animal control,
Okay.
14 to 16. Deputy emergency management director, 16 to 17. Code enforcement, 12 to 13.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. Just to note that that the deputy director is the 17, not the 18, because we talked about the option of both of those.
It was moved from 16 to 17 is what was on the,
That's correct. I just want to make sure
that was what I recalled anyway.
Yeah, that everybody understands
But
that.
the budget has 16 to 18. We initially talked about 16 to 19. So the 16 to 18 was a compromise.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
16 to 18?
On the deputy director?
Yes, definitely.
It was the
Yeah, you
16
go-
to 18 was the compromise?
Yes.
Okay, I was going on what the sheet was that HR passed out, so.
I thank
So-
you. I thought when we had it, when we discussed it in
It initially
committee.
came out of committee at 17.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We
it's,
had asked for 19 originally. So what we talked about in committee, in the, your committee,
Mhm.
was 18 as a compromise. And so that's what I thought we
okay,
were headed toward.
that's good.
That's what's on here,
I was trying to find the,
18.
okay, so I'll repeat that. Animal control, 14 to 16, deputy director of emergency management, 16 to 18, and code enforcement, 12 to 13. Good?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Are there others on the list that you want
If you,
to discuss?
if you want to bring it forward, Joe.
I think we've already talked about my request for the executive staff assistant. You know, don't want to make a move on that one. You know, I think that that's something that I'm requesting in my office, and you're forcing me to basically change somebody out of there about every 6 months. Takes a month to fill it. So that's true, right? Y'all are against that.
Yeah, can we just talk about things you already, we
I'm just
100%?
confirming.
Yes,
Okay.
confirmed. It's confirmed.
Finance, the next two are finance officer payroll, step grade, a grade change, 14 to 15, and then the finance support officer from grade 10 to 12. So are those two that you all looked at and decided that you're not wanting to make that change at this point? One cost about $3,000 and the other one's about $5,500 a year.
Your thoughts?
3 that we did or the 3 that I was interested in doing?
Anybody else?
And I supported the grade 14 to 15 in the finance.
Repeat that, Kenny, I'm sorry.
I supported the grade 14 to 15 in the finance.
Finance officer payroll.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was in favor of the finance officer payroll 14 to 15 and the support officer 10 to 11.
For the
That was my
Yeah,
expression.
that's
also.
what support officer's already been decided on.
The finance support officer?
No. No, I thought you were talking about the judges.
No.
Okay,
no.
okay.
I may not know. The
Finance.
finance support officer, 10 to 11, to grade 11. The proposed was a 12, and I expressed that I would be in favor of an 11, but not a 12.
The cost of that would be half of what shows on this list here, so that'd be about $2,700 a year total.
Actually, I was making notes there. What was the finance payroll 10 to what?
My suggestion is 10 to grade 11.
That's the finance support officer.
The finance support
And
officer.
the finance officer
Line
payroll
item.
was 14 to 15.
That's correct. That was my recommendation. Yes.
That would be a total cost of somewhere around $6,000 a year.
And I just want to further say that I think these specific positions have been requested for more than just this year. I think a year or so down the road, and I think they're long overdue and well worth it. So that's what I base this on, and I also base it on the fact that I trust and put every bit of confidence in their supervisors and feel like that they know what their worth is. So,
And they are compared to market.
and that also that's true.
Kenny, you were, clarification, then you were in support of the finance payroll.
That's what you said.
Yes.
The 14 to the 15.
Larry?
Yeah.
Which ones, Larry? Both or one? What are you?
The 14%.
What?
14,
The 14
Huh?
step.
Step.
The grade.
The grade change
Yeah,
from
the grade
14 to
change.
15.
Yeah, that's what.
Did you have any thoughts on the finance support officer?
Would you agree with that step or that grade change? That one too.
Show him on your document.
which one?
Here it is. Here's him.
That's the one Patsy did. She supports both of them. I support
Yeah.
that one.
Kenny,
Yeah,
did you
I
support
support
the
that.
other one, just one grade?
Not
don't know what it's- I
Not
mean-
since we didn't do since we went from the 16 to the 18.
You mean the deputy director?
Yeah.
You mean that because of that?
That's the only reason
Okay.
I'm trying to maintain the budget.
Okay.
You guys want to do it?
I said what I said.
Yeah, I'm good with what I said earlier.
So you're sticking with just the three that we talked about the first? Okay.
Animal control, emergency management, and the other.
And we're split over here as far as what you want to do. So what's your thoughts on it, EG? Let's stick with that three. We've already gone with.
It was my understanding that when we talked about them, we would look at it around this time, but I thought it's kind of a census. We were not for it yet until we decided. So can we see the budget either way?
After we've made all these other changes. Don't you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, at committee, it didn't seem like there's census to move
Yeah.
forward on. So
That was the issue then during the committee. There was not
Mm-hmm.
consensus to move forward even to court. So that's why we put it in the budget process.
Well, and we
to
talked
discuss.
about it extensively, the pros, the cons, the reasons behind it, so that when we got to this point, we would pretty much have our minds, I guess, set on what we felt was justified. So, and we're looking at the budget now, and we're seeing our numbers, and this is the time, I guess, to express how you feel about it.
Well, unless I counted incorrectly, looks like the consensus is to stay with the three, initial three.
The other two were Kennel Tech.
Merging them all into one position, kennel techs.
Yeah.
They're doing all the same work.
What now?
One.
We did away with kennel tech. We only have one kennel tech. So we only have one kennel tech now. I thought we did away with 1 and 2.
That's what we're trying to do.
That's what we're trying to do.
Talking
If
about
it's
doing now.
changed.
Like table to the budget.
It was tabled.
We already did it.
No, you're
Okay.
thinking, no, you're thinking about the,
911.
911.
Oh, yeah, it didn't
That's
cost.
what
it
you're-
didn't
that's
cost
what
us
you're thinking
anything. It
about.
was just a job description change.
Yeah, but this kennel tech is, we did not decide on.
This is about a $8,000 decision.
So we're doing away with kennel tech 1 and 2 and gonna make them just all kennel techs across the board.
Right, they're all doing the same thing.
I'm okay with that.
I don't have any
I
opposition.
thought we had already done it, so I apologize.
No.
Any other items, Judge?
Okay. No. Oh, we're still going to talk about the EMS. Races.
Yeah, I'm talking about the,
Those were the ones.
you want to restate your position on the EMS?
Yeah, EMS, I guess bottom line there is that we have our competition for EMTAs and paramedics and EMTs is getting harder and harder to overcome. So we're trying to do what we can. I know Mark Peterson is trying to provide as much training internally to move from EMTs to EMTAs, to try to fill those positions. Paramedics takes a lot longer, and there's not as many EMTs that necessarily want to, move in that direction because it is a lot of extra training to get to a paramedic. So those are things are all creating continuous difficulty in losing some of our experienced people, especially to adjacent counties. So with that, trying to keep our good people in positions in a very critical area, critical service of emergency medical services. The proposal is to take all of our full-time EMTs, EMTAs, and paramedics up one grade, a 5% increase in their pay, which would help. We can't compete really at this point in time against some of the other agencies that are paying for all of their insurance, medical insurance, stuff like that. We're going to a different shift schedule, these types of things. We can't afford to do that, but I believe that we can afford a 5% increase, which is one great change. And the cost of that is, the 1% COLA would be right at $300,000. They're about half of our workforce.
What's the grade impact? What's the dollar grade impact?
Dollar grade impact.
I mean, from what grade to what grade?
If you increase it a grade, what was the dollar?
It's 5%. I don't know that I
The
have.
grade on wages is 212,000. Is that what you want?
Yep.
Yeah, on the 1%. Just on the wages.
Oh, just the wages?
Yeah.
Yeah, $212,000 just wages. And then you tack on the other Social Security and retirement. It takes it up to
60 or 70%.
Because their health doesn't change.
Yeah, takes it up to 300,000 at a 1% COLA.
But the grade Then increased by one grade is what,
Yes,
One grade.
okay.
one grade, which equals 5%.
So it's $300,000.
$300,000 hit total.
Any comments?
I mean, we do have some issues there, but looking at that, I mean, that's almost an entire crew at, for a state, for another station.
We were searching.
Hire that crew, though.
They
So
have to
that's-
find the people,
Yeah,
which isn't easy.
and within this last budget, even though we added crew at, White Mills, we're gonna be in line with budget wages. All the estimating on overtime and, you know, we're still gonna, we added a crew without using the budget.
We added a crew, not impacted the budget for the rest of the year, the way I understood it.
That's correct.
This budget
6.5
cycle is different.
months.
6.5
Yeah.
months, right?
So we've got to now find the funds to do it for a whole year in this budget. So,
It's in this budget.
Yeah, that's
right,
already, that's already. in.
that's what I'm saying.
What's the entry level grade on that?
What did we give them last year? What did we do for EMS last year?
A grade 8, so it moved up to grade 9.
Okay.
That's MTAs. And paramedic 5600, that's 11, so it would go through a 12. Is a 10. EMT's a 10.
And
So it moved to 11. EMTA is MTA is an 8. I know. Moved to a 9.
Shut down.
EMTs were 6s.
EMTs are 6s, thank you.
Six
It's hard to find it on this thing.
6 to a 7.
6 to
7.
7.
And then
MTA.
8 is an 8 to a 9.
8 to 9.
And then, right, and then the paramedic is 11 to 12.
Full time.
Full-time, yeah, 'cause we had part-time.
Any comments from anybody on that? Pretty big hit on the budget. We're trying to equal out what we did in White Bills from my personal standpoint. I was looking,
Is that a grade change for good, or is that so
Permanent.
I do
Well, I mean,
think we have an issue with our entry level. So just looking for his secretary to be a grade 10, and we've got EMTs out there doing it for grade 6 and 7. I mean, that's an issue. So
but you got
It's
yeah,
because of the overtime.
yeah, schedule overtime.
overtime and hazardous duty. It pumps that way out of off the baseline.
It's rough. I mean, I know that, I think start pay is 1577, that, right? For an EMT, I think.
Did you say?
EMT's 1577, I think, something like that. But,
What else?
I mean,
Is there a reason why, is there a reason why we
No,
went from 56 hour to 40 hour?
Only full-time were
So-
scheduled, guaranteed scheduled over. That's how we defined it, 56.
So if we implement this is only for a full-time, right?
Correct.
But the full-time is eligible to get the overtime and all of that.
By definition, they will have overtime.
Yeah,
Because
I'm-
of the shift
And
schedule.
I'm
that's
still a no.
computed in this 290.
That's all part of it.
I'm still with just the full.
Yeah. And
I mean, could we do?
do like a partial,
You can't do a partial grade change.
we
no,
can
no,
do-
not a partial grade change.
Like the,
Like the
EM
6 to 7s and the 8 to 9s,
and then leave everybody else alone.
you know, get those
The
entry level
pay up there a
pays
little higher.
up.
You like EMTs and EMTAs,
Yeah,
Mhm.
not the paramedics.
yeah, just to get them started off a little higher.
Not go through step, right?
I mean, it's,
I would recommend that for the staff. Mark would need to comment about that.
well, it's,
Would it make them too close in,
yeah, I mean.
And
medics,
salaries?
So much is,
the,
asked of a medic.
yeah.
EMTAs are, the gap is closer.
Mhm.
But,
Probably get them too close with.
You're too close, and we're also,
To what they're making.
we have a step and grade
Yeah.
program for a reason.
Mhm.
We start making changes in these meetings, so without
this
going
is
through
what,
step and
this is
grade.
what we did last year for the road department and for the jail.
Mhm. No, I remember that.
And the EMTAs are, how new are those? So many years,
That's what
4
I
or 5 years, you know, some of these are new designations and trainings that come about through the regulations.
EMTAs are very important part of our staff right now because we can't necessarily find the paramedics. So this is kind of they're still able to do a lot of what a paramedic does, but they just don't have the training in some things.
And we can bill for them higher rates. And we're better than national norms on what we're billing for advanced level services with EMS than national, about 30% higher. It brings in more revenue and it's better for our community, safer out
I
there.
think that's with 1%.
Look, from my vantage point,
I'm for treating them like the rest of the employees, one and one. It's my opinion. Mr. Debbie, speak up.
They're
What you wanna
also
do?
the ones that are the hazardous that get hit harder on the health insurance.
$300,000 is a big hit to the budget. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I thought maybe, we could do something partial, but I guess we can't, so I'm just gonna leave it the way it is.
Mr. Thompson.
4 changes is all.
I would love to sit here and say that, and because I will say it, I'm sure it's well deserved. I'm sure that,
Absolutely.
and we need to do this. But that's not the issue. The issue is the money. The issue is, trying to cut this budget, and we've cut other departments, or not cut, but we haven't increased other departments, and it's tough. It's really tough. But But just, I guess, just to summarize it, I'm inclined to pass on this.
I'm for the 1%.
Okay. Consensus.
I honestly do not understand why you guys are not willing to do this.
Is that it? That's, Judge, that's why we're having this
That
meeting.
is- It's just shooting ourselves in the foot for no reason.
Well, I think
No
we,
reason.
I think we've given plenty of reasons.
There's not, what's,
I'm not gonna argue with
the
you over it.
the revenue side of this thing is out there. We have the revenue to pay for every single one of these.
That's why we're gonna use $2 million from some fund to balance the budget, and we got the revenue out there. I mean, that doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
Exactly.
But like I said, I'm not gonna argue with that. We made the budget recommendations and,
Well, so are you gonna allow us some time to discuss this?
we've already discussed it. That's what we've been doing
You
all day
all
long.
have. I haven't discussed
You
it.
presented your budget like we're supposed to.
So
This is our
This is
time.
the end of the discussion.
No,
All these things that
no,
you
we
all
have a
just
first
said.
reading on May the 12th, and so there'll be plenty of discussion. What we're going to put, this budget that we've talked about, when she builds it and also follows up on the issues that we talked about, and when she can put that, send that out to us, we can all review that. On May the 12th, when we've got more discussions, we can do that on May the 12th. But as far as I'm concerned, that's why we spent all day here trying to get this thing hammered out. And there are several of us that have spent a lot of time, obviously, already doing our homework and trying to get this thing resolved. So that's the way the process, you didn't allow us in the budget process all year long.
Mhm.
You gave it to us with 6 days, and we've done our best to do our work, and that's what we've done.
I have a question, Greg. What about the legacy money?
I was getting ready
Oh,
to,
I'm sorry, I thought you were wrapping it up.
if there's a need for taking any funds, the hospital money was designated in the judge's proposal to use to balance the budget. I don't know how it's gonna come out, but it's gonna come out of the hospital money, or it's gonna come out of the pilot. I don't think I need to state my position on that.
Fourth time in a
because,
row, I'm gonna say no using the hospital money.
That's tax revenue, so, so that's my position, but we all have an equal say in this. I tried to bring a resolution to committee about using funds both ways, and it didn't go anywhere. We didn't move forward with it, so I'll go back to my original position, to using anything that's got taxes attached to it and to balance the budget. If we have to go outside the normal revenue that fees and grants and tax revenue that we're generating. So that's my position.
I feel like every time this has come up, my stance has always been one-off expenses and stuff like that. I could see using this revenue for, but I'm not for setting reoccurring expenses on non-reoccurring income. It's reoccurring currently, but it won't be.
There's $1,031,000 in EMS equipment that we put in there, the 905, and then the the continuing lease payment. Do you think that should be in there? I guess
That portion, yes, but that's when it comes time, if we make the decision on where we pull for the EMS equipment, that's what I would probably look at going to, is using that. If not, if we don't get any grant. From that standpoint, I would feel comfortable doing that. That's what we've always considered for the health and safety and the wellness of the community. That's what makes sense for me.
Well, we have the continual lease payment, then the
Correct,
126,
correct,
should it
yes.
come out of the,
For the next 6 years.
yeah.
Thoughts?
I'm using pilot.
I like,
Okay.
For me, it doesn't matter either one. I consider it all county money.
Larry?
Well, I'm for taking it out of legacy. It belongs to taxpayers, so I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a big argument about that.
Okay,
Why some of you all want to keep it and you know, it's the taxpayers' money. Belongs to the county, people in Hardin County. It doesn't belong to us.
nobody said it does.
Well, you all act like it does.
No, it's a.
You act like it's your money. You don't want to ever spend it to balance the budget and give the employees a raise or, you know, I just don't understand it. Why do you want to sit on it for 20 years or 30 years? Most of y'all ain't gonna be here then anyway.
Well. Okay. Did you?
If we have to exceed our revenue that's coming in and go to any other pot, it should be the ballot fund before we ever touch the hospital funds.
Okay, there's consensus. If we have to use money, come out of the pilot fund.
Doesn't make any sense.
Anybody have any other comments?
One other comment, go back to the $900,000 expenditure for this main part of
Cardiac.
cardiac equipment. I believe at least we should go ahead and put in what the lease amount would be. At the very least, we're going to end up spending that. Okay. If we don't spend the 900,000, then we're going to have to spend whatever the number was. I think you gave it to me.
178.
Let's call it $180,000 a year, at about 8%.
Personally, I'm still not sold on going with the company with the higher bid of equipment, so I'm gonna have to be sold on
You
that.
become an expert now on the equipment.
Okay, that's enough of that. What we're gonna do is what we decided to do earlier is go back to the committee.
Go back, but we're going
And
to
work on it.
have something in the budget to pay for it.
Well, we can amend it. We're gonna have to first decide how we're gonna do it.
$180,000 is it. That's the minimum amount.
Anything else, Judge?
So none of you want to have that in the budget to at least pay the lease amount? At least have that in the budget? Or
As chairman of the emergency committee, I prefer run that through committee per process, as it's always done. Thank you.
It's 3:11. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Fred.
Aaron, what are we doing with all this stuff?
Thank you for your leadership and for running this.
Appreciate everybody's input.
Deena, we got you, first of all, so I got you your own personal box of cookies. You don't want to take
Yeah.
That's right. Y'all want to put these in the fridge?
Adam, there might be some over here.